Okay. Wow. So as you can see, this entire place is like a refuse dump.
The person that stopped that toll collector, it caused financial loss to the state, so it has to be jailed.
The Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, recently announced government plans to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. The minister, who made this announcement before Parliament during the mid-year budget review presentation, said this plan is part of a comprehensive strategy to support government, generate revenue, as well as support infrastructure management on the country's road network. Subsequently, the minister announced that Cabinet has granted approval for the establishment of a framework for the reintroduction of this road and bridge tolls. Today, GhanaWeb Business is here today to find out exactly what the state of these road tolls are. We'll be visiting quite a number of them, and then we'll see exactly what it would take for government to reintroduce these road and bridge tolls. We'll also see if we can speak to some experts on the matter to see exactly how much government will be spending, particularly at a time where the country is under an IMF program. And if you recall, government had to halt the collection of road tolls to allow for the introduction of the e-levy. We'll also be bringing you some thoughts on that right here on GhanaWeb TV. I am Mauli Aholemega. So we're here at the Accra Tema toll booth, and we'll be going in there. We have about 6 toll booths right here. This used to serve quite a lot of people that use the Accra Tema motorway. We'll be going in there to see exactly the state of how some of these toll booths are looking so far. So do come in. As you can see, I mean, there's virtually no activity here. We can see some things are bent here already. We don't know. I can see some glass on the floor there. So this is one of the posts where people used to work, and particularly we used to see a lot of the
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
We are back with another episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Today, my guest happens to be a very solid woman who believes in action. Of course, you don't need to put your hands in between your laps thinking that help will come from God. For her, she believes in hard work, and today she happens to be my guest, like I said, on Everyday People. So let's have a discussion with her. My name is Victoria Cheba for Udinya Deseng.
Oh, your friend me, Hannah Hagan.
Okay, now in Kraheya na wana.
Oh, me a fancy but in Kraheya na mete.
Okay. Into Uba Hanumbe how many years now?
Oh, me back Kaneshi. Me how many? I would have been trying to say be 15 years.
15 years. So let's say 15 years no. Brown ne nima we are no aton for 15 years no.
Oh, and one am at on the Ashe member, and one I made the bomb me bra.
Okay. Into Yansha say, unse growing up yenyi no. Bi on ma ebia. Asi yo senka me ko school wi a. Me be pese me ba be nurse ni, lawyer ni, anase bibi na onkwala bi na pese oyeden.
Oh, me nkwala brem na me pese ka me secretary. Because in meant to me I me to me ahwe me ba ama wo to me aye. Me say meant to me anya say opportunity na no nche say na wo say me tena sesa. Enti no me nya adwene say o say at least me ye bibi.
Okay, nti opportunity no say sika femu ana say.
Oh, what sika fem because say nia opesa we wo wi asese wunya ohwefo na ohwe. Ema utumi nia weni so ade ho opesa say we nya so a na no nche say wi ase abawie ya ma. Ti o say utumi bomode so wo pa bibi na waye nti na ye sika fem because na efie nye.
Nti yenka usuku no kodum pempe so ben.
Oh, Miss School, me do me drop it out.
Level ben.
Oh, my level, secondary school. Yeah, time na yeah common entrance na yeah do call. Till me drop it from 2.
From 2. Sata na what age be say?
Anyway, man started school in time. Na start time no so no. Na yeah in San 7 and yeah for 10 years. Sata obi hu obi say obi papa so na from 4 now on ferry. By this time, your sister school near Makwala 18 years. But now we know university. And it's a mistake, sir. I mean, how many 1920 there?
No, from 2 no.
Yeah, your time no.
Okay. Until we drop it out from school no. If you no na shall say so we then.
Oh, me drop it out na me nuanom me ma say there be I was say me sua de pam. Until me do me koto ade pam. No mundi mi kwato adepem no na me fi say o serve o madam na o madam so gi na komem na o de kire wa adwuma no ba me de na madam no me services ne na eye ne de enti no me kwa asuma na osuma me ti na me college kwa cause hana mum fatifo de che say asuma ya de o ba say bra be suma o madam enti na me na me fi ba because me suma na at least at the end of the day say me kwa ye aduane ma na o ma mbi ma me di anti na me so na ho no e me de but one day na Mondays na ye nkwa adwuma na area of us wo mu ana wo mu atifi also hwe se na me so ma me no ono so at least Monday obetumi afrem so ana but me nyanti ye say ye off day no dia ma me bi o se obesua for 6 months no afre no na wa kire no adepam no enti no me nya hiti na me so one Monday me wo ho na me ko me because na pese me hu se ne nipa na ka kire me no eye no kra na ti me kwa ya ampa me kwato se ma me no wo ho a me madam e che na adwuma o na me bufu ye na ka che se o ka che me se adwuma no be che me 2 years ma ye 1 year offer me balance ma me na me nko na me bi
enti na che se 1 year ni nyina no wan kire wo se ne pama de na ade nko
na slate ne slate de ene wo be bu ntoma no na ma me no so no ya ade pa sisi ai na no kwa na me ka na se mini sort ya se ana wawu nti ma me bufu na me ka che se adwuma no me nsua biom on fa me balance ma me no se won wo bi a wakotu otinsa na se am esua 1 year odi 2 years to fa me 1 year na me pagya me machine nti ama me nsua adwuma ni biom
nti balance no de ma na wan fa
ma me
nti enu echi no na oyede
enu echi na ma me wo Ivory Coast nti no okachem so pese oboa me na me tu kwan nti me kofa ho ba unfortunate akwantu no so anye yi emu na me de ware ya me de wo me manager me start say and before na makeup and na me to and I say makeup ba bibia menye bia no because as oba wakọ ware de oso obu awukunu nti ebe wiye kra na me decided say me go into this and until na fit for the past 15 years my year be seen there.
We obi na introduce you another one now taking you.
Oh, na makeup na me to na madam fu bi na a hairdresser. To na me de makeup no kwot si nti one day no so hana e ma be ye wo moti makeup enye obi a no ye makeup. Nti ade na won try saa we ni. Ukofa ba adle won be ye wo moti ampa so. Me kofa e no wo mu ye moti obi wo ye ka na de atop rise and kakra. Ti na mo inside ho. And I'm sure they be now see they be bro ni we with your ye no nyampe ope bebi anipa bebre na ma me dey from buy.
And also we start here 15 years ni. Until 15 years apart from say we dey be share e bia ukunu ene wo man then I'll be to do say so boaka say out of this what me say ni say.
Oh, out of say when to me and friends sit down cry now dey share wo ma. Wo ma education na obi ntumi ngin fi wo mu nsem. Nse me say kasa me dey ko sit down adachi me tiwe me nchebo se ne tibia no. Me nya me be frɛ me ebusua betumi agye dan na afim kwala ne nsɛm nti sɛ me dey educate wo mu a because baako ewie technical university baako kɔ nursing baako so wɔ final year wɔ Legon nti na kyerɛ sɛ at least aboa me
nti mama hana ebia obi hwɛ wa nkranhye bɛn ɛna ɔde bɛma saa onipa no
nkranhye me de bɛma nipa ne sɛ wo yɛ baatan a me say my woba me a single parent when my second born and my last born was 6 months. So I've been a single parent for about 34 years because I call an 25. Sorry, 24 years. Who are and fa area norma and toma any norma in Siweneso. Na wonka say boa boswo na fashion kwalano. Because yenga na hano yentisa amanone se me wa manone a maye adwuma nti misika abra maye abrewa no misika ne behwe me ye nuanu bebre a wo mutu kwan koye nani misika me maye gu ho na ye di tua nipa ne ka na ye hane de entisa ye hane ne wo mu ne se wo hwa akwala no na se ja me ye na adom a e na wo so obaba behwe na enu so mpo e fa nhye wa adwunum se wo hwe wo ba ama wo ba behwe. So we understand the baby obe no me akwala no because na che say we are expecting we nya instead of say we dey shira sem be di akwala na chi no we be do me no nti hwa akwala ne say onye ohaw emfa mawo say nya me ye na dom na say otu ne say no wo ho abrewa na obre wo bi a fine nti wo ho I was say obo modern say wan kasa no obebo modern say obeye bibi ade ama ho afa say bia wo ho we wie school when ya bibi enya at least start bibi and then yakopon adom online business aba emine edwa kura bi no mu etumi edi wodwa so online phone so eduano kura bi betumi aka say yes so much busy until try bibi na fam paibo eka ho bibi asa o je yakopon wa akira ene o say wen yenkuti yakopon ye bibi ayeye ebeye na mo wo frɛ yakopon na waka je so o ma wa adwe ne nyansa e wo wo wiase abrabo ne yenja ema no as eyi si na se wo tuntumi ne bi wo ho a na entete ya hyakɔ se wo fufuo wo ho a fakɔ me no me nyasa akɔ mama ni ame wo no ene na me de ba because me se emrepa e wo ho.
These are words of wisdom. So if you're a woman out there or a youth coming up, listen to what this woman has to say about life. Because like she said, if you're a woman and all you do or you are taking care of your child just because you want her to grow up and come and take care of you, then you might be missing out on something. My name is Victoria Chebafo and this is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. I will see you on the next episode.
Adeshima mama mama kwaba eba asem sebe kase boso wo GhanaWeb TV ensemo asemufo asem ene aboabo ano na no pe ye de bedan wo na de edi kan wo yensem ni mu ebi ne se adakabre frempom manso oyemsem troni ode abeto dwa chirechire mu kwan ya ne mpanyinifo bi efre no toto na no se wakwakoye ekuadonko interview na adakabre chirechire mu a emre ekuadonko wanya ne baby kro eye na dwense wode ne ho beba behye amanyosem mu no woto nsa frɛ no se wo beye ne interview na enu no wie ye no ne mpanyinifo to nsa frɛ no ebisa na no ebisa ne se de enti ene wakwakofa obi a womunim no de na ba se wo ba beye ne interview na enu no de aba beto dwa wo kire se ono so ka nkrofo na a womma ekuadonko sebe womma ne nya agide wonimu a womma ne hu se eye amanyosem no ono so betimi aye bibipa bi ede afa ho na enti nsem wo de abeto dwa ode kai ekuadonko na ye toa ye kase bone so a eye Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia a wotu franka ama MPP amanyoko afenso wo gina se presidential candidate ede abeto dwa eye na hyase eniema hodo bi a wo femu na enrada no wotena se woni eye mebunu no etwetwe nkomo ede afa enwuma ne ahodo eniema hodo bi opese wo ye ma omo se Ghana foto ne so aba na enu na wo kasa no wo kire se wosi so no ohye ni suku ase efri sakasaka primary wo wie ye no wode kopie mu Otamale secondary school na wanya ne easy kura wo kire a wo ye labor ejuma pen wo sanso twi taxi pen adeton wo so ade ekoton pen ti se de Ghana fo ene ye hu se Nyankopon aboa na wanya ne ntuma pefra wanya de bia agina no wanya ne saa keke na wo fa eniema ne ohaw bebremu ansa na enne Nyankopon ama ne so ede na baba ye eye mampani abedi akire ewo oman Ghana ha na no no wo ka no wo de hye mebunu no nkran se ma wo mu ehihim na ewo mu se eniema mu ayedendie nanso se wo mu de wo mu adwene si supi na se wo mu to abapa ede ma frankatu ne obetimi ababa siesie oman no asesa eniema wo oman ni mu a wo mu nso omubenya bebipa ede wo mu nan ede esi metwaso a eye nanu ada kronosama ekoso wo adabraka ne mpotem mu enne Ghana Police Service ede infonyini bi abeto abonten e kire se ka na akronfo etena mu ede kokobo krono wa adabraka no omakwa kohu ewo ashaman na enu na wo mususu se enkrofo no eye akronfo techa moi ashaman no wo mode wo ho akosie na mfonyini beto abonten de Ghana fo bebre na kasafa ho ebinum bo police fo abaso se wo ma ya de se enimanimu ya wo matimi ahwehwe ehu bebia ka na wo mode kokobo kro no edi nyamra asem no akwa na enye no nko aso na trende wo call social media so a CCTV so trende eye mfonyini na kire ka na ewo ashama no eno so trende wo ba GhanaWeb.com a wo benya mfonyini ni bi de ahwe eye owura mate na medun so wa court echiye papa metre Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu wa bo na chiye na wo kire ade enti emra bempa na ogina so a wo de kire se yen close eye court ahodo a ewo wo bokone ne mpotem na Martina Medu kiretwe mu a wo sisi na eye basabasa ye ama ne homene so wo bokono enu mpo na sese nka court no wo mu biebie se de be ya wo mu a wo mu ni gidie ewo Ghana ye court system mu ni ade no asem bi ba wo mu betimi de akodan wo mu nanso to na wo mu atotototo eye court ni ade ni nyina no enya ade eboa eba ne sakra na afei na basabasa yo no ano ebeye de na no na wo san ebisa se ensam ben ne course ana nkitahudie ben ne course sebe wo mo ye omadwen so wo mo betoto court dan mu ni ade no wo mo ni wo mo a wo mo te boko ne krat na ase twetwe nkomo ene wo mo esusu ye ana eka ho asem ana na no wo bisa se sensansem wanyina ana se sanhihye wanyina entimi ankoso de a ene Gertrude Tokonu wanya de enti wonhwe na won makwan na court no yembiebie na de medi twato eye anodompre mahebedwani ede mansawem adwagiri wose eye Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin chese mi nkebi nhemu oye West Speaker of Parliament ede Ghana's Fourth Republic no try kamia yese speaker na memo no mu no ede nsem bebre na akoba ena obete basabasa yo we amane homene so omrahye bedwafie asensem bi ba no wo ka akamia koma eye NDC amanyoko no no na franka no dompre kira enya de a eka eniema papa ede fa mahye ebedwafie enti wo kira Bagben esese wo hwe no wo ye bibi ede fa ho na anodom person so chemu e yakoye se waye bias kakra instead se obegina mfimfi no aka asem no se de tie no woka e de koma efa baako no wagya efa baako de ne titiri ne nsem anansen ama ne homne so wo eye mahye bedwefie metre 4 vacant seat controversy ama ne homne so afen so wase bagben why na adwin say Supreme Court ahye mra a one person obedi so no eno so enka eniema pa emfa mfa mahye bedwafie ho nti wonhwe na wontoto ne niema ye nye saa se wo free na konwa ne so Ghana for emfa niema papa emfa enkan no aha na mede kasebo no ebesie me a mede kasebo no ebedan mu eye akosua owusu a ageman de aka ne nyina ye koboaboa no ye besan de abedan mu.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #Legalize Organ Donation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Welcome to another episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Today at the Dome Market, I speak with Emmanuel, who sells pineapple. I want to find out from him why he decided to sell pineapple at a very young age or at his age. Join me as we speak with him. My name is Victoria Chebafo. Me who say oto abrobe. Person bisa say o sha say ebia infie ni.
Oh, I check. By years in the mean kind.
Simpleton bisa say o sha say no kwala brem no. Na eden na person ye ewo we are sell by say obi ho no ma bia person me ko school wie na mbe doctor ni lawyer na say bi na person ye den.
Oh, me dey na person me business. Because me ka say bia one me person me lawyer penny, doctor penny, police penny ana impo soja penny bi kura na mi ni o penny bi o school na me ko ni na ebe kwa because this year na Ghana no ansa na wo bɛkɔ kɔwura adwuma bi wura bɛyɛ lɔya no agye wafa panyin bi so ɛno koraa no yɛfrɛ bibi protocol ɛno koraa no wobɛhu no agye wo kura saa de because of sɛ ɔyɛ wo hu nipa bi anaasɛ ɔyɛ wɔ yansa na yɛtumi afa wo bapa sɛ wonnim panyin biara wɔ m woyɛ yɛ so wokɔ anhwɛ koraa no a ɛnneɛma a yɛbɛma watotɔtotɔ wobɛtuatua no at the end of the day no koraa no yɛnsa nso mfa wo nso wabɔ ka agu nti mimi deɛ mehu no sɛ fine me kɔ school no memɛyɛ business even koraa mekɔ SS no business a nana meyɛ business wɔ school nti na meba a ɛdu weekends a na mabɛtɔn pineapple ɛdu manda na mekɔ school saa nana meyɛ nti mea mewieɛ no na mea mekaa sɛ no ebia mɛtena ase saa sɛ ebia metwerɛ application akɔpɛ adwuma wɔ bi hɔ a nipa no even at the end of the day no koraa no ɛma ntene bɛ so no aketewa de bɛma wo no ketewa bi ɛno so koraa no a wankɔnya nipa papa ɛbɛyɛ cali forward so ate aseɛ ɛbɛyɛ cali forward because onim sɛ adwuma no otua aka ntɛntɛm a wobɛtumi agya anytime nti no cali forward ne bɛmu deɛ a woanwenya wo sɛ wongya because onim sɛ wogya yɛ wo sika ahye nti mea metena ase plane sɛ neɛ saa deɛ a bɛkɔ akɔfa pineapple na mayɛ dɛn matɔn ne nyinaa ɛyɛ adwuma no bi at the end of the day no nyame beto no nhire nsuo e de egu so a menye bi edi menye bi ahwe mabusua menye bi so asevi ni nyina me a me de me hu wura mu no se eye mame pressure bi anso nim tama me pena me ba tama me pena me pon because obi adwuma no yale kora so awko yale ni nyina echi kura no bo so me be so no kura no aketua ne nsanso mba aso ayo California afi na adeka ebia miken ebeduru on ebia na o parent eniska na ebia unim obia nso awokɔ no so kɔpem moa bebia oyɛ adwuma no obia obi tɔn aduane wɔ hɔ a ebia nipa na behu mɔbɔ sɛ ene ma mema obi bosome so a oju aketua na no ayi media da e dia blame me ba na me sɛ bosome ne baso no nso ama me ne bɛyɛ California na sɛ aduane na ankaza odu aketua no wadi emu half ɛwɔ aduane nto gye yɛ na aye so aja se ntim da ma ha me ho kra se ko yo bi adwuma
nti ndome akra ha na ewo na se wo fi bebi na oba
bebi na me ba
wo fi
ni bi fro bo ase ni kwaku manu
wo menu twa
movie ni nyina ni fro bo ase
nti obo ase honum na wo ye pineapple na wo ban kan hanom no na be ye pineapple
na me ye go da adwuma o de na me ye go da adwuma but me ma me mo eba ha ebe settle wa ha sei ti aso mbe settle wa ha no ena ma o mo de ye nkwala ni nyina so ye de eba ha ti eba ha no ama me kuro mu ono ma nko se me ko ye adwuma obi because of say me busuafo nyina wa ha nti aya na me ko school aya na me ko GSS aya na me wie SS e wa ha nti na se me fa ne se bia makaha na on go de dwuma no so sisia no aban na abla na senti wintimi nka se o koye ana no so enye because say nsuo no ntino ama me ba say no aya na matna na me di me da start me own business me ye
nti na say uwie SS na pe na start
da bi me SS na me ye na me ye ana me ka say edu weekends a me beton Saturday and Sunday Monday na me go school saa na me ye because me papa ni bi ma me ni bi timi me fa o how enko to mo so because of say enkula no ye doso ti nya me nko a me until say me create bi ma me say be ya me side no enko ye we nti na me be ya scan na me nya no na me go school for week no yes and me we SS no ana me am to aso na me ye ti ma ha me ho say ikoye obi adwuma although me ne ma me bi ko ton nua ndia no de ana ma me ne ye me no ni anje ho bad oh boso me ne be so no na ma chem be 3 weeks asa na ketwa na aba ti me am hu say we ne be boa me na na de me hu be shey
ti wo enuano wo enuanfo ho no ma omo ko school na so mo so we ye bi no mo ye
ko school Omuko school back where we JHS. I say on one electrician on one yen eduma. Back on so yes as on so surveyor. Na me so me wa hanti me so na me pia mo kakra.
Apart from say bia where they woton ai bia we skadi film meto aduane mo ho no. But we do say suba ka say if it me sha say woton pineapple to me aye say ni an.
O ene be ble.
Nti edu e dey say pineapple no the bar. Dodo say na the bar na dodo say so na to me ton.
Oh, pineapple no ebo no en sheda nye standard and I say ebo no sheda nye because enne no e bia na obekọ obetumi akonya bi ba ko 5 cedi ade chi obekọ obetumi akonya ne mensa 20 ade be chi obekọ no obetumi akonya ne ba ko 10 cedi enti ebo no engina fa ko but o down the bar onim the way abeton na at the end of the day no obenya bia ade beto aduane adi
so dey we dra wa ba market sada na ba yanto bibi cry esipen
Namia dum de bia me ba ye tobi e ma mi nya bi didi se me ka se me ba ma ba wa bla me nton ba kokora ya na me ye boni aye ni ma ye nya me boni aye ni me ba ye se ma nya bi ato aduane adi ma ton bi me bi akoto aduane but I don't know the day no nya me be che me woni me nyam.
So you heard it all for yourself from Ima. This is what he also has to say about his life. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Victoria Cheba. I'll see you in the next episode.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Okay. Wow. So as you can see, this entire place is like a refuse dump.
The person that stopped that toll collector, it caused a financial loss to the state, so it has to be jailed.
Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, recently announced government plans to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. The minister, who made this announcement before Parliament during the mid-year budget review presentation, said this plan is part of a comprehensive strategy to support government, generate revenue, as well as support infrastructure management on the country's road network. Subsequently, the minister announced that Cabinet has granted approval for the establishment of a framework for the reintroduction of this road and bridge tolls. Today, GhanaWeb Business is here today to find out exactly what the state of these road tolls are. We'll be visiting quite a number of them, and then we'll see exactly what it would take for government to reintroduce these road and bridge tolls. We'll also see if we can speak to some experts on the matter to see exactly how much government will be spending, particularly at a time where the country is under an IMF program. And if you recall, government had to halt the collection of road tolls to allow for the introduction of the e-levy. We'll also be bringing you some thoughts on that right here on GhanaWeb TV. I am Mauli Aholemega. So we're here at the Accra Tema toll booth, and we'll be going in there. We have about 6 toll booths right here. This used to serve quite a lot of people that use the Accra Tema motorway. We'll be going in there to see exactly the state of how some of these toll booths are looking so far. So do come in. As you can see, I mean, there's virtually no activity here. We can see some things are bent here already. We don't know. I can see some glass on the floor there. So this is one of the posts where people used to work, and particularly we used to see a lot of the persons with disabilities manning a lot of these posts across the country. So as you can see, the entire place has been left in ruin. You can see bottles, you can see plates, you can see cups, you can see all kinds of wood. There's a wood here, I actually don't know. Okay, so this is it. So this is the state of one of the toll booths here. And we can also even see some electrical cables. Yeah, there's no lighting system. Virtually everything has been taken out from this place. Yeah, so this is the entrance, and this is the state of the toll booth. I understand some of them across the country have actually been destroyed. So we had to get, government had to get some excavators. Whoa. Government had to get some excavators to destroy some of them because government decided that they were not going to focus on the toll booths anymore. They were going to focus on e-levy. So this is another post here. This is quite smaller. Wow. So if you come inside here, you see quite a number. It's like the entire place is now like a refuse dump. We see all kinds of bottles, all kinds of rubbish, all here at the Accra Tema toll booth. And this is the state of some of the toll booths in the country. We'll be visiting quite a number of them. We're currently at the Accra Tema toll booths. And this is exactly the state of. We can even see some stuff that have been burnt already. So it means that there has been some activity going on here. I've seen some squatters around the area where the toll booths used to be, and there's virtually no activity here. There are no light bulbs. All the cables are off. Yeah, there's no security here. Initially, sometimes you find some of the security personnel here ensuring that the road network is safe and also free. There's also an emergency response center, and I think that was donated by the Ghana Red Cross. If you, let me just move. It's just right behind me here. That post was also like a health center for people who will be using the road and they may actually need some health attention or whatever. But as you can see, that post is also virtually empty. So basically the entire Accra Tema toll booth area is empty. There's no activity here. And if you look at the rooftop is virtually off. One side of the rooftop is totally, completely gone. We don't know the reasons for this. One side is gone, another side is still there anyway. I'm still taking a tour of some of the toll booths right here on the Accra Tema motorway. And as you can see, some of them are it's very easy to enter, but this one, it looks like it's been locked. I mean, but when you go to the back, you can actually see that the glass and everything has been broken. So if you look inside, you see all kinds of things. You see bottles, you see glasses, there's some slippers also right there. The entire place is in a mess. So it's whoever that's going to come here to renovate this place or fix it back again has quite some work to do. If you come to the other side, you'll see, it looks like, you see that there's been some activity going on here. We don't know whether there's some oil, there's some burnings. We even see some carpets and all of that on the floor here. We're still taking a tour of the Accra Tema toll booth to find out exactly how the state of some of the toll booths in the country are. As you can see, we can see emergency response first aid post. So right across there, the toll booth is there. There used to be an emergency response first aid post here. And as you can see, it looks like the entire place has also been left in ruin, exactly like the toll booth right there. We see all manner of things here. It looks like someone has been living here, but as you can see, the entire place it's in ruin. There used to be a water sink here to serve some of the police. I know some of the policemen spend some of their time here to ensure that safety on the road and all of that. But as you can see, the entire sink is completely in ruin. You can see all manner of things. You can see there's a winter coat here, there are clothes, there's a dustbin, there are rubbers. There's a whole bunch of rubbish right here at the Accra Tema toll booth. And this is a first aid emergency response post, which is intended to serve people who may be in need of some medical attention whilst they are traveling on their Accra Tema motorway. And as you can see, the entire place is also in ruin, just exactly like the 6 toll booths that are right here. And this was also serving as some form of employment for those who were working here. So you have police personnel here, you have some nurses, you have some emergency response officers working here at this post. But once government decided to introduce the electronic transfer levy and then pull off the toll booth collection, it looks like their jobs have also been affected as well. As you can see, if you come up here, you can see the entire roof. It's almost off. It's the whole place is in ruin actually. You can see rubbish. There's even an emergency response box here. You can see it's written Ghana Red Cross plot 10. It looks like some donation was made to this emergency post to support the activities, but that no longer exists right at this point. You can see some of even the cables and the wires and the sockets have all been removed as well. So it's going to cost, it looks like it's going to cost government quite a lot of money, and we'll be finding out where exactly are they going to find that money to, sort of rehabilitate some of these posts, particularly the toll booths and also some of these emergency response centers right here on the Accra Tema motorway. This is a very major road because a lot of commuters use this road between Accra, from Tema to Accra, and also from Accra to Tema, and also to other parts of the country, going to the Volta region, going to Akosombo. If you are coming from Tema, you will ordinarily use this road to go to Accra, Tema, Volta region, Dodowa, and all the other places. So we are still taking a tour of some toll booths across the capital following the announcement by government to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. We've already had a tour of the Accra Tema toll booth. We are right here at the Ashaman toll booth, and we'll be going right here there to see exactly the state of some of these toll booths in the capital following the announcement by government to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. Government believes that this is part of a comprehensive strategy to support infrastructure management and also improve upon the road network. So fortunately for us, we have one of the toll booths here at the Ashaman Toll Booth Plaza opened. We just try and go in. Wow, it's quite difficult to go in. Okay, wow. So as you can see, this entire place is like a refuse dump. You can see all manner of things right here. Cables on the floor, stones, rocks, bottles. The entire place is in ruin. The entire place is in ruin. You can even see parks here, food parks here. So it looks like some people have literally been living here. And this is the state of some of the toll booths across the country. We're here at the Ashaman Toll Booth Plaza to find out. We'll be speaking with some hawkers and also some residents who normally use this road to find out whether the call by government to reintroduce the toll booths in 2025 is a just one. So I have here with me Israel. He sells newspapers right here at the Ashaman toll booth. He's going to be sharing with us how the cessation of the toll booths have affected his business and also his thought. We'll also pick his thoughts on the reintroduction of the toll booth in 2025. Israel, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you've been selling newspapers here for how long?
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah,
now.
5 years now.
Oh, so you were here when government decided to cease collection of the road tolls. How did that impact on your business?
Oh, during those days, before they haven't closed the toll, I'm able to sell, let's say 50 copies.
50 copies.
Yes, 50 copies.
Because there's a lot of stops.
Yes,
okay.
There's a lot of stop, and some people they watch the front page of the paper before they bought it. But nowadays they say the free to, so they just drive yes, across the distance, so they don't stop unless one people who knows me well, so they stop then they bought it for me.
So you've seen the toll booths since 2021. I know some of the persons that used to work here, they no longer have jobs and all of that. What do you make of that?
Okay, I used to meet some of them. They told me that is it back? I said no. When they say okay, the government promised them to give them to pay their rest, even to find them a different job. But up to now, they haven't heard anything from the government, so it's very, very painful to them. Me too. It's affect my business. But one, if it is there and they are not buying the paper self, even those big men, when I call the two for them, they used to give it to me, so that if I haven't sell grana, I'll get something for my family. But since he closed it, nothing has come, and they don't buy the paper too.
So now government has announced that in 2025 they'll reintroduce the toll booths. We know we're in an election year and all of that. Do you think it's a good call? And what do you think government should be doing? Should they automate it, or they should let the people come back to work?
No, they should let the people come to work, because they too, when they make it the other one automatic, it will affect them, and they won't employ them again. So they should employ them so that they should come. One near me, about 2 or 3 people, they're near me. So always when I go to, they ask me, is it back, or I hear something from them that are they bringing it? When I say no. So this year I heard it, I was very happy. But one thing is that I heard that they say they should bring it December, but I don't want it December.
You don't want it?
Yes, I want it right now.
So
yes.
You don't want to wait till?
Yes, I don't want to wait to December because it's affect my business.
You made mention of some of the workers here. You know some of them.
Yes, I know
so
some.
How has the business been, and where exactly are they doing their business now that the toll booths are no longer functioning?
Okay, I met some of them at where I stay.
Okay.
Some are hoping drinking bar.
Okay.
And they get the money small, so they hoping drinking bar. Some too, they are helping their mothers at home. Selling petty this thing.
So this is the situation at the Ashaman Toll Plaza. This road links many people coming from Ashaman, which is across the other way, into Accra, into other parts of the capital. And this is one of the toll booths. There are about 4 toll booths here at the Ashaman Toll Plaza. And this used to serve many residents and also commuters, and also hawkers here who used to sell some of their stuff on the road. We'll go inside it and we'll see the state of some of these toll booths. And as you can see, the entire place is locked, but you can see a bit of rubbish here. I see a broom there. I see some cardboards also lying down there. I see some pure water rubber, and I even see a shoe right there. Wow, interesting what we'll find. So it looks like someone has been living here already. You can see there's a big basin here. There's a bucket. There are some plates. If you zoom in there, there's a jute bag also in there. It looks like someone has packed their stuff here. I mean, we don't know. There are also some cables here, mostly disconnected, I think. So I'm sure we are safe. So almost a similar situation to the other one. Some of the chairs are still here. It's just dirty. The walls are off. The doors are locked. Okay, but that lock is still there. But I'm not sure we would have access to go in there. But if you come by here, it looks like this is like a station post. Okay, so I see like a switch, the power switch, a changeover switch right here. if you come this way, you see a changeover switch right there. So it looks like the electricity was disconnected, I'm sure, from 2021 after the cessation occurred. There's even actually an air condition there. Whether it's functioning or not, we can't really tell, but it looks like most of the stuff are still here. We see a lot of cables on the ground as well. There's some books here, I think some record-keeping books. Some of the sockets are still active right here. So I have here with me Mr. Daniel. He's also a hawker here at the Ashaman Toll Plaza. He's going to be sharing his thoughts with us on government's plan to reintroduce toll booths. He's also going to be sharing with us how the cessation of the road tolls have also impacted on his livelihood. Daniel, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, so since 2021, we saw that the toll booths were no longer working. How did that affect you and your business?
Well, actually, we've been selling to our customers there before the road was closed down. Actually, since that time, our business has actually gone down. So it has actually affected us. So if the government says that they're going to reintroduce the toll, I believe that it's a good call.
It's a good call.
Yes.
So initially, how much did you used to sell, and what has the business been looking like from that point to this time?
Actually, we sell a lot of the newspapers and then the different kinds of goods.
Okay.
So and after the newspapers, we have several cars who pass in. We know about the papers from us. But I'm not sure that the car pass, they be passing by. They don't even sometimes they want to buy, because
it's free.
It's free. So actually, when there's a road over here, there's a queue over there. Yeah, so we just go around selling to them. But when the road was closed down, no, everything gone down. So that's the situation.
So the government says it wants to reintroduce this back in 2025. Is that too late, or you want it to be early?
Actually, the problem is that before they can reintroduce the toll, there are several things they have to repair over here.
Yes.
So I believe that before everything can be ready, it will be 2025.
2025.
Yes.
So I have a young businessman here. His name is Shadrach. He sells coconuts just a few meters away from the Ashaman Toll Plaza. He's going to be sharing his thoughts with me on whether he believes the call by government to reintroduce toll booths is a just one. Shadrach, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. So, Shadrach, how has business been so far for you?
By God's grace, the business is going fine. As usual, everything is going fine.
So remember, in 2021, government decided to stop collecting the road tolls. It's been about 3-4 years now since that. How has that affected your business?
So many ways. The market is not going as usual at first. Like if the toll booth was there, but the market will go on well, everything will go on well. But the toll booth is closed. Sometimes the coconuts don't finish early. So if they bring the toll booth, it will be better.
It will be better.
Yeah.
But in terms of the number of coconuts that you used to sell, when the toll booth was working and now that it's not working, how has the business been? Has it reduced or it's increased?
Yeah, reduced. Yes.
About how much? How much did you used to make in a day?
I make at least 500 cedi above.
Okay, that was when it was working?
Yes.
Okay, but now?
No.
How much?
Sometimes I'll make 200 cedi, 300 cedi.
So that's almost about 300, 350 cedis off.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll do nights before I'll get my money. Yeah, but if they bring the toll booth back, it will be good for us.
Okay, all right. But generally for you, we know we are in an election year and all of that. Government says that it will introduce this in 2025. Do you think it's too far? Or you wanted to they should bring it right now?
They should bring it right now, definitely right now.
Why right now?
Right now. If they bring it right now, it will help all of us. Look at the man beside there. Because of the toll booth, the work is not going. He's selling newspaper. Because of the toll booth, his work is not going well. I think they bring the toll booth to better.
It will be better.
It will be better for all of us.
So I have everything. My good friend Anthony, he's an Okada rider here at the Ashaman. He's going to be sharing his thoughts with me on government's reintroduction of the toll booth in 2025. Anthony, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
Thank you, I'm fine.
Okay. How long have you been here as an Okada man?
4 years, yeah.
4 years?
4 years, yeah.
So you were here when the toll booths, they have stopped collecting the toll booths and all of that. It'd be good for you, or you didn't say, right now government say they won't introduce them back again. You didn't say it'd be good, or?
Oh yeah, it's a good idea, but before they bring it, at least the E-levy, they have to scrap it.
Okay, you want them to scrap the
E-levy?
E-levy?
Yes. That's what I have to say.
But why do you want them to scrap the E-levy?
Oh, the E-levy, it's just like you are working and you are struggling, and at the end of the day, the government didn't provide any opportunity for you to work, and you are struggling. At the end of the day, they said the government say you are taxing you. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. So at least the E-levy, they have to scrap it and bring back the toll.
But you know, if they are going to bring back the toll, they have to renovate it. It's not in a good state.
Oh, yeah. And moreover, the person that stopped that toll collector, it caused financial loss to the state, so he has to be jailed. Yes.
The person has to be jailed?
Yes, okay. He has to be jailed, because at the end of the day, those days, we earn money from there. The government earns something. But now you scrap it. That means at the end of the day, we are not getting nothing. So the person has to be jailed.
So someone must pay for what?
Yes, because of causing financial loss to the state.
So we are still on the tours of the capital to find out the state of road toll booths across the country. When we are here at Dodowa, a suburb in Accra, and as you can see, this entire place used to have a number of toll booths here where road tolls were being collected from passengers that normally fly this road. But there's a road construction taking place right here on this road. It starts from all the way the other stretch onto the other side. But as a result of that, they had to clear this entire toll booth. I think about 3 toll posts were right here, but all those booths no longer exist. And if you can see some of the damage right here, you see how some of the metals right here. So you can see that some of the pallets that were holding the post are still here. There's another side of the road that also shows the same situation right there. So this entire place, but it's very important to know that when you are coming on the other side of this road, you will see a signage that says toll booth ahead, 500 meters. But as of the moment, this toll booth no longer exists. To better understand the full impact of the cessation of road tolls across the country, our Ashanti regional correspondent, Nana Prepra, caught up with traders and businesses within the region, and here's what they had to say about a reintroduction in 2025, and they also shared their possible voting patterns ahead of the December 7 general elections.
I can't eat me, packing yet to me to one. But I told you to call me because I got him the sticker for. You say, I made a dinner pop up. As the only giant and quite to me, she has a star and can't eat me. It's not on one and Quanna problem. But I told you, I said, I can't about the food. Yes, I saw me my age. Come here, saw me. The mamma is happy to come into Abba. It was a muscle let you as almost a son of Johnny Boy. Yes, you are my fine star.
Someone now heard more, and I'll say, or more close to no. Eddie, you love me, but what do you say?
May I say me? It doesn't mean that I make a quiet to my dear amount of another. Said the other day, I have bank a can't create any of the there's all better money, I want to say. It will be my union a baboy. A baboy or mine is also. Come a crack a crano. Or let me show the idea before pro, as I bow or mine. You're 2 moon, a higher mammy, your papa, your baby, and you look. Yenipana, you couldn't be sure, and one of the 2 almost 2. Eddie Bibia, in another day, Serrano, the Panat show.
From traders who thrived on the bustling roadside economy to transport operators now grappling with maintenance costs and fuel price hikes, the cessation of road tolls has had far-reaching impacts on their livelihoods. Our Bono East Regional correspondent, Frank Abwaje, caught up with some traders who ply their trade along some of these roads, and they shared with him the impact of the cessation of these road tolls on their livelihoods.
Aha, the blend say, they say, I'm at your one. Yes, a quan in yet. If you can't do one, Mamma say, and your pana, woman, your best thrust and rubber a straw, rubber pocho, and Tiasan, and I say, Panacho. 2 1 some family, yes, I you. Money be training and our hammy, papa. The entire makers are Wahamano. A hey, will be addition, will be defended by Vice, will be defended by Josco, will be the shot. New Kuno and then Mobi Kunu cry near Juman, so I found out on Hoso. awo ma won kola o mo de show mo to buti ya na de be
anado de ne policy bia o ye bia me nko ade manage mu na emom to buti no ogu na ahaye ko ye ya nko school tre se to no ohun ya mobo na ye nsuso bia ebedie o ye nsu adwuma heya na ye nkakra
Subsequently, our team in the Eastern region, led by Michael Obete, engaged some traders to find out from them whether a reintroduction of the road tolls should be immediate or done in 2025, as pledged by the government. Some of these traders and businesses also recounted their losses within the past few years that the cessation of road tolls has been in full effect.
Shutting down the toll booths it has really affected some of us over here, because when the toll booth was here, business was good, but now that it's not working again, we find it difficult to sell. Sometimes some of the drivers, they also take our money away, but when the toll booth was here, the cars, they do slow down for us to sell, but now that it's no more longer here, they've been taking our money away, and it's really affecting us. So I'm pleading with the government so that you allow the toll booth to come back again.
When the tone is there, for my profit, I get it more. But when it's closed, now we are not selling anything anymore. When it's there, it makes the traffic and we pass through the traffic. But when it's over now, the things is not going on well like how it has been going for the first time.
Since the cessation of road tolls in November 2021, Ghana's roads changed forever, bringing an end to a system that had been part of everyday life for decades. But beyond the relief from queues and delays, this decision continues to affect the nation's revenue generation and road maintenance effort. For some, it was a welcome relief, a break from the daily life of traffic congestion. But for others, the tolls were more than just a fee. For businesses built around these stops, and for thousands of workers who man the booths, this policy shift marked the end of their livelihoods. Now the question remains, how and where exactly will government find the necessary funds to reconstruct some of these demolished road tolls across the country? Do share your comments and suggestions in the video below. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, I am Mauli Aholemega.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Say bang you, Sabantino. Now the canty, Yadu wako to prison. Me buy wa the car, one go we are the Nabosiano about Yadu wako to Modi. One be as may you are more babanti. So about so remember what the count one Yadu wako to prison. Maybe you are more babanti. As someone may catch them. Tigana for more about was saying with the prison when you are young was it. Maybe I am a baby in our mother. I have a mama. The Sicano will be uncle Uncle Bobosia. The Sicano, that's a common over and was on to him, one to him, Crasicano. The common over, and to you control the animal, I say, and you are to prison. And to me, baby, you want the prison and what the cardiac, be you in our mother one thing. Some more.
Now, for me, I also buy a friend for November Day, my president of Ghana. Arita. Oh, Mary.
I could have formed a kunku and walk to a more Yama, or to anyone in Yama. No, what the one I read, the gun.
Okay.
What I will say was what I will from say, Pet. I want no cook anymore. What you shout at me alone. None of one of it.
Okay.
Let be our work for us. Will be out on town.
So, by President,
I day.
Over there.
I'm hoping I will be a room.
Nah, and I, Joe Barrett from so many.
So there may have been a magic card, so I was saying to the card me, I had the master to be.
Debbie.
Yes, I'm fan to have. And I'm begging to go with them. Now, this year to Abana, I was saying I'm in the pan to be empty, and I was saying I'm in the pan to be empty, and I'm an answer. When we have visited a whole of one year with them, I want you with them, and then answer. It is a kite. Let's say, I better say, Pimians are. The best I got to Abana, and then Pimi, not the Mapping. The whole of one idea.
To be President.
Oh, magic card.
Magic card.
I can't just say the card and talk to them. I for your business. Yes, I'm fan to Abba.
Fan to Abba.
Yes, Auntie Ba. School friend, I'm the buy.
President.
The Macan, when you start a paper. Oh, him by a travel, what's up with anymore? Why, baby, I'm fast a hand. I am a man chair and I don't know some travel, or not over anymore. There's one child that chair will be a. Yeah, what you have a seven yet? My baby. Menkata, my son, what can some in it? I saw the Abaika, Rebecca. Menkata, many Abaika. Maybe yes, they tell one I want to have many Abaika. What tell me? I told you. And yeah, no. I see what I make I say. Easy can say, will be a funny nipa, and that's not. Now, you say, the veteran will be a dinner and come on. Maybe the liver coin. Baby, I was with the liver coin. Need I actually come up? What the book are? The charity that can't hold the plane at home. So, yeah, 1 year I feel watching, and yeah, will be a 1 year than and then I'm going to have when you say I'm everybody. When I go by you, we are day more. We are day more. The bonfire and I'm going to mentality. But be also 1 year of it, where your bass from go, or your new personal go, the poor basso, the poor basso, I didn't go no pay what for. I don't know what it is. Then I can't say, what's it? Any type you don't want to say, yeah, your Bahama can be said. And so say, I may a family. Now, maybe no more the you. I ban say, I using to enforce the bar say, will be unquote church, you know. I won't croon in our clatter. Since I, where the above more can say, or your best sign, one fat in the fear number, no foul no for number. To me, I was say, I did, and one more say, be added if you are no money for number go so. One more at me, that's what you have. That's also in the moment. What for computer at now? Now I watch church and not about you anymore. I found that I do. I remember that. My baby, I'm very sure I was there. I remember. I'm very sure that's not what I'm mind. I'm not so much to and yeah, no.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Meshima me mama kwaba eba asem sebe kase boso wo GhanaWeb TV. Ensemo asemu fo asem ene aboabo no na no pe ye de bedan wo. Na de di kan wo ye nsem ni mu ebi ne se adakabre frempom manso oyemsem troni ode abeto dwa chirechire mu kwan ya ne mpanyinifo bi efre no toto na no se wakwakoye ekuadonko interview na adakabre chirechire mu a emre ekuadonko wanya ne baby kro eye na dwense wode ne ho beba behye amanyosem mu no woto nsa frɛ no se wo beye ne interview na enu no wie ye no ne mpanyinifo to nsa frɛ no ebisa na no ebisa ne se de enti ene wakwakofa obi a womunim no de na ba se wo ba beye ne interview na enu no de aba beto dwa a wo kire se ono so ka nkrofo na a womma ekuadonko sebe womma ne nya agide wonimu a womma ne hu se eye amanyosem no ono so betimi aye bibipa bi ede afa ho na enti nsem wo de abeto dwa a ode kai ekuadonko na ye toa ye kase bone so a eye Dr. Mahamudu Baumia a wotu franka ama MPP amanyoko afenso wo gina se presidential candidate ede abeto dwa eye na hyase eniema hodo bi a wo femu na enrada no wotena se woni eye mebunu no etwetwe nkomo ede afa enwuma ne ahodo eniema hodo bi opese wo ye ma omo se Ghana fo to ne so aba na enu na wo kasa no wo kire se wosi so no ohye ni suku ase efri sakasaka primary wo wie ye no wode kopie mu Otamale secondary school na wanya ne easy kura wo kire a wo ye labor ejuma pen wo sanso twi taxi pen adeton wo so ade ekoton pen ti se de Ghana fo ene ye hu se Nyankopon aboa na wanya ne ntoma pefra wanya de bia gina no wanya ne saa keke na wo fa eniema ne ohaw bebremu ansa na enne Nyankopon ama ne so ede na baba ye eye mampani abedi akire ewo oman Ghana ha na no no wo ka no wode hye mebunu no nkran se ma wo mu ehihim na ewo mu se eniema mu ayedendie nanso se wo mu de wo madwene si supi na se wo mu to abapa ede ma frankatu ne obetimi ababa siesie oman no asesa eniema wo man ni mu a wo mu nso omu benya bebipa ede wo mu nan ede esi metwaso a eye nanu ada kronosema ekoso wo adabraka ne mpotem mu enne Ghana Police Service ede infonyini bi abeto abonten e kire se car na akronfo etena mu ede kokobo krono wa adabraka no omakwa kohu ewo ashaman na enu na wo mususu se enkrofo no eye akronfo techa moi ashaman no wo mode wo ho akosie na mfonyini beto abonten de Ghana fo bebre na kasafa ho ebinum bo police fo abaso se wo ma ade se enimanimu ya wo matimi ahwehwe ehu bebia car na wo mode kokobo kro no edi nyamra asem no akopie na enye no nko aso na air trend wo call social media so a CCTV so air trend eye mfonyini na ekire car na ewo ashama no eno so air trend wo ba GhanaWeb.com a wo benya mfonyini ni bi e de ahwe eye owura mate na medun so wa court echiye papa metre Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu wa bona chiye na wo kire ade enti emra bempa na ogina so a wode kire se yen close eye court ahodo a ewo bokone ne mpotem na Martina Midu kiretwe mu a wo sisi na eye basabasa ye ama ne homene so wo bokono eno mpo ne sese nka court no wo mo biebie se de be ya wo ma wo mo ni gidie ewo Ghana ye court system mu ni ade no asem bi ba wo mo betimi di akodan wo mo nanso to na wo mo atotototo eye court ni ade ne nyina no enya ade eboa eba ne sakra na afei na basabasa yo no ano ebe de na no na wo san ebisa se ensem ben ne course ana nkitahudie ben ne course sebe wo mo ye o madwen so wo mo betoto court dan mu ni ade no wo mo ne wo mo a wo mo te boko ne kra te na ase twetwe nkomo ene wo mo esusu ye ana eka ho asem ana na no no obisa se sensansem anyina ana se sanhihye we anyina entimi ankoso de a ene Gertrude Tokonu wanya de enti wonhwe na won makwan na court no yembiebie na de amedi twato eye anodompre mahebedwani edeman sawem adwedri wose eye Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagben chese mi nke bi nhemu oye West Speaker of Parliament edema Ghana's Fourth Republic no try kamia yese speaker na memo no mu no Edi nsem bebre na akoba ena obete basabasa yo we ama ne homne so omrahye bedwefie asensem bi ba no wo ka akame akoma eye NDC amanyoko no no na franka no dompre echra enya de a eka eniema papa edefa mahye ebedwefie enti wo kira abagben esese wo hwe no wo ye bibi edefa ho na anodom press so chiremu ya akoye se waye bias kakra instead se obegina mfimfi no aka asem no se de etie no wo kan ede koma efa baako no wagya efa baako de ne titiri ne nsem anansen ama ne homne so wo eye mahye bedwefie metre 4 vacant seat controversy ama ne homne so afen so se bagben why na adwin say Supreme Court ahye mra one person obedi so no eno so enka eniema pa emfa mrahye bedwafie ho enti wonhwe na wontoto ne niema ye nye saa se wo free na konwa ne so Ghana for emfa niema papa emfa enkan no aha na mede kasebo no ebesie me a mede kasebo no ebedan mu eye akosua owusu a ageman de aka ne nyina ye koboaboa no ye besan de abedan mu.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
It's 40 days to the elections and Ghanaians are eagerly awaiting for December 7th. As the build-up to the general elections, many will be wondering what will influence the decision of voters to cast their ballot for the candidates. We are inside here at Medina Market to engage with Ghanaians to find out what will influence their voting decision. Come along with us. This is GhanaWeb TV.
So abani say me maye because Bible cry me ati ase say kura ohini ni mu no kuro no butu
ana oman akwankyere ni mu nso no eye oman hunu entini so wo oman mu na esi wo hena ana esi president ya se na be ye benya mpuntuo ama ya man no na ye daache ye ma enchiri ma so be ba benya fa ahodie ama ye enti no me de madwen kire ne se de enti ameto abai se ne oman no ebe ye nkoso on say first na bibi ti say tankase ya sama oba na oni wokra na ya sama oba wo be kwa kotua enne no eni ho sa nti yesra ye mpanifo se omo ba de enti aye to aba no omo me ye adwuma ne ye maye eno ma na ye ye free mu ni nyina PWD fo na no mo dokwa ho nyina omo mra omo me ye adwuma no na enye tete amamra ne yesesa nkofa ho ye nti se obi ni ma obi kire omumra na aba na yo mbeto ne to mo so enyina ye maye na aba na ye to ya da je ye sey no eno so abanfaso amaye ama oman ni nyina medamase.
So our mother here says she is looking to vote based on development. She is calling for the next government to bring back and reinforce the town council initiatives and then the people that were made to weed and all that to clear the uncleanliness in the country. So she is looking to vote for somebody who will ensure development of the country.
Ukraine nyamie chese na sindi nyamomu aye den. Ever since our government we ba so no nyamomu aye den ama ye na mesha so ato abai wase ye change yesesem na chese se ne ye take am no ni etiminya because niam aye toto be say times abro so ama chese dwedie ni kura na enye de bio te no kura ni me pese wase yesese bibie mu na say.
So her message is simple. She is advocating for change, and with the change she's advocating for, she wants a candidate who can come and turn things around, make the economy back on its feet, and also the one that can make the standard of living very comfortable for everyone. So that is what she's advocating for.
Na abansu metu a mehwe de oba be siesie o mani yie na matu aman no ti na metu aban because ese an ye bre me ton fruit fet pawpaw crate ufa crate baako a na endu 90 series ese fa no 2.5 enti ese a metu aban de metu mintu bi da ba afi we de metu pa ti enu ani se metu ama obi a oba be hwe o mani si yie aman no ti na metu aban.
So to summarize everything she has said, she says she's going to cast her ballot, and the decision that will influence her is a candidate who will be able to turn around the fortunes of the economy. She complained about the hardship in the country currently, and so she says based on her current standard of living and living conditions, that will be the major thing that will influence her to cast her ballot coming December.
So near me, so I met to say, yes, Nana by with the free education by. But so, Sesi says, Sukunukra. Nkodan muko omuba no mabe fa be masem sansa no besa kwana nkodan mu buhwe munye na me so me hu se kamituma jo mahama edan na wasese agunwura mu nyina na nka obaya wa be ye nyina wie na free education ko ho na ya hu se ye man ombetumi akwa nsa na omo ama akwa te se no ma akwa ama no ano enemi pese nka mituma jo mahama oba no abesese ndan na wo nwura mu nyina na manage free education na ye fine nso nemi pe nti metu amajo mahama.
So our mother here says she is looking to cast her vote considering the free SHS education, though she commended the initiative, the entire policy. She believes the abandoned school building project, which have been abandoned, needs to be completed to be able to accommodate all the school-going kids. So she will vote based on a candidate who will be able to complete all the abandoned projects and also properly develop the free education initiative better.
Yentimi kase way back, obeye sema way back, obeye sema this enyami because say a ewiase edin anye Ghana nkwa ukọ bebia awias na yedin enti de hia nipa no beba yeto abama no enya asunje ana ade na ebede ebedi ena ye hia ye say your mama na eba ye obi se na na ye enti mi agi kire mi say o your mama na a good chemi nana because your mama te embrace your mama tem de embrace ba nana ba de yabre and ko ready ba ko pe person eba market ye benye cons kakra ba se say benye cons na obre oni na vet maka. Yes.
So according to him, he will look at his current standard of living to cast his vote. He complained about the low sales, how things have skyrocketed, prices of goods have increased and all that. So he is looking to cast his ballot for one that can promise and also make things easygoing and affordable for everybody, or for them in particular, the market men and women, to be able to make profits and huge sales at the end of the day.
Oh, about 20 dear. Me consider a name be me no anam yen sabi. Me ohun me to aba chekakra. Me to aba kofo ni jeje penso me to aba. Ena me to aba President Tam penso me to aba. Ena na do so ne Mahama so me to aba. Na me first aba me to ye no. Benefit me nya ye no. Me gusu enjoy say benefit na bepem ne. Me first aba me to ye na me yerenyam. Kofo ewini ye. Eno di free maternal e buy. Me ba ene owo SS. E ko wo ni free mentua hwe. Me koyi me yere no. Me na o me say be gisan. O so free. Ye no aduan kra ma yen. Ya ma ye pampers ni ade nyina aka ho. Na me de nya me yas. In fact, akola na nyi enne o san enjoy free SHS. Me ba penny ono so awie free SHS. O wie university se me no kasa yi. O the free o me dey free SHS. E she o mase. Enu nti me hwe benefits we no mo a and Ghana ha ananse nkra ha matra che. Eniema bebre na akoso. Ehwe nkania na ye problem ayen ubeko fie na yasem me frigi say me dem ne me nyina say because of presso enti me hwe no me compare ene no eso ati fa kra enti me mom de eno ene be inform ama metimi ati gina say aha no metuma bako. Yeah, because me they compare benefits amenya say me no be inform me baby say me to mabako.
Our daddy here says one thing or two things that will influence his voting decision is the free SHS policy, and also the fact that Ghanaians have been enjoying constant power supply as compared to the previous government. So many of them here inside Medina Market have explained to us what will influence their voting decisions, from development to peace and stability to free SHS to constant power supply. Many of them are eagerly awaiting for the upcoming December 7th elections to cast their vote. This has been GhanaWeb TV, and my name is Mandy Ajiman.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hi, good day and welcome to another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. As usual, I'll bring you another exciting episode of this show. Today, my guest is someone who is very critical as far as the minerals conversation is concerned. He is a businessman and a sports administrator, but today we talk to him about his foray into the minerals industry. As you may have known, the discovery of lithium in Ghana has piqued a lot of interest. Many are of the opinion that this mineral could be of great benefit to the people of Ghana. But there are others who are very skeptical because gold, which is Ghana's biggest mineral in the country, has not necessarily benefited the people of Ghana. Would lithium be any different? Lithium is amongst the top 10 most expensive minerals in the world, and Ghana has discovered that in commercial quantities. Atlantic Lithium has been mentioned as the company that has been granted concession to mine Ghana's lithium. Is that the accurate state of affairs, or Barari, which is the Ghanaian component or the Ghanaian subsidiary of Atlantic Lithium, is the rightful company to mine this concession? Today we've got the person who has in-depth knowledge of the issues to discuss it with us on today's edition of The Lowdown. Ben Nunimesa is president of the GOC, but he's also a businessman. Sir, good day and welcome to the show, and thank you very much for your time. Today we are not talking sports. Usually I talk to you about sports, and so it's quite different to be speaking to you about something different, about your other business ventures. I know you do a lot of other things aside your sports interest. First of all, let's start from this excitement that the discovery of lithium has brought to in the country. Many say the white gold could be the defining factor for us. Is used for a lot of things, used for batteries, electric vehicles, and all of that. How excited were you when the announcement was made that Ghana has discovered lithium in commercial quantities, and it could open an avenue for job creation, for wealth creation in this country.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel, and thank you for coming all the way to spend some time with me so we can talk about business and business that goes to benefit Ghana as a whole. Now to your question. I mean, as the concession owner, obviously, you'll be super excited when you get reports, you get geological reports that your concession has commercial quantity or has lithium deposits that are commercially viable, and that could be something that you want to mine rather than the focus on the gold. Actually, that is a concession I've had since 2011, and it was acquired for gold mining.
Okay.
But when the geological reports from the Mineral Commission came out with the fact that there were lithium deposits there, then that created a need to get people to look at how viable it would be to either do gold or to do lithium.
Lithium, okay. So you have both gold and lithium.
That is what is, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so the next step was, okay, so get people who get geologists who have good idea about, because I'm not a geologist, who have good idea about which of the two minerals think that would be very viable to mine. So that's where the journey started. I had a geologist friend who mentioned to me that he was looking around and he could get some strategic partners from Australia, and then they can come and conduct scoping study and find out how viable the deposit, lithium deposit, compared to the gold there.
Okay.
So he introduced these Australians to me somewhere back in 2016.
Okay.
And then that's where the journey started. So yes, it was a lot of excitement in the beginning, and I think that I'm still very excited about it because, as you know, lithium is a strategic mineral. Now it has a lot of value, and that is something that, if well structured, could benefit Ghana as a whole. And when I say well structured, it has to be mined with the right mining laws. If we're still to go by existing mining laws, which has not been beneficial to our people, then all that excitement will come to naught. And Ghana as a people, or the people who indigenously own that, who ancestors bequeath that to us as Ghanaian, we may not benefit, like where our gold has been. Gold hasn't been of much benefit to us as a people. Look, if you went to our gold mining communities, go to Obuasi, go to Duaprim, go to Takwa, they are some of the most deprived communities in the country.
Why is that?
Well, it's I think it's got to do with the kind of mining laws that we have. I'll tell you what, Daniel, all the big mining companies that you see in Ghana and all the concessions that they now own, most of it 100%, at a point in time were owned 100% by Ghanaians.
So what happened?
That's what we have to find out. Okay? Over the period, these foreign companies are able to muzzle, twist the arms of Ghanaians, and then kick them out of any equity holding in
our own country. Foreigners come and twist our arms in our own
well,
country.
as if our mining laws are not structured in such a way that they protect the Ghanaian interests.
Okay.
They could easily take advantage of those laws and kick Ghanaians. I mean, I'm a 10% shareholder in Barari. I know what I'm going through with people trying to muzzle and get you out. The only Ghanaian shareholder in that, the only Ghanaian equity holder.
There are conflicting reports about your stake in it. Some say it's 4.4, others say it's 10%. What's the actual position?
Well, it's 10%, Daniel. I'll tell you what. I had an MOU kind of understanding with Iron Ridge, and Atlantic was not in the picture. And for me, as far as I'm concerned, that's still not in the picture. That we would partner, and depending on the level of investment that they put in the projects, then I transfer shares. So Barari, the concession is in the name of Barari and not Atlantic. That keeps going around. Okay. I went into an agreement with Iron Rich Resources of Australia or Singapore. Okay. And the agreement was such that as and when they invested into the project, and depending on the amount of investment that is done, you transfer a certain shareholding to them. Okay, so in other words, it is my company that they are buying into.
Okay.
Okay, and then by effect buying into the concession. So that arrangement went on for a period until we are now at 90% for Iron Ridge, and then 10% Benunimes, and that is where we are, and that is what the record says. So
and you're not willing
I don't
to sell the rest of the 10%.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Then that goes to defeat some of us pushing that. Look, our mining laws should be structured such that Ghanaian shareholding in these mining companies should be more than 50%. Why should resources that have been given to us by our ancestors, our forefathers, should be majority owned by foreigners? Especially when we were seeing that these resources are not benefiting our people.
So if the laws were such that it was about 50%, you wouldn't have sold the 90% at this point?
No,
because you voluntarily sold the 90%.
Of course, because so you want the project to happen because you can see that this is something that will be good for your country.
Right.
Okay. The amount of investment that needs to go into the project before it starts is huge, and that will warrant a certain level of ownership to these people.
There are no companies or banks here to finance that?
So I'll tell you what. So initially when my geologist said, okay, so this is what we're going to do, and this is how much it's going to cost, we had approached a few banks, and
Could you give us a range? How much was it in a range, not the actual
I'm
figures?
not going to mention figures to scare you, but
it's quite a lot of money.
It's quite a lot of money. Even scoping study, drilling and scoping, that is huge. And even though my geologists had done a very, very good paper on how viable the project is, we're not able to get a bank that want to partner us.
Because they didn't have, or because they didn't believe the scoping studies?
Well, I think that it might be a combination of both, because for most of the banks, our local banks, this is a very new area. What's the advantage the foreigners have over the indigenous here is that they are able to go on the capital market. They are able to link up with existing mining companies that they are already associated with, and then they're able to raise funding from the capital market, from the global capital market. I haven't seen any investor coming here who has money in his pocket or sitting somewhere in his bank account, in his personal. They all go out there and raise money on the global capital market. So it's about time our banks change their attitude towards some of these so-called new areas that they want to venture in. I know there are some banks who will support maybe the people in the mining services contract, give them facility to go buy trucks, especially when they have a viable contract, delivery contract from some of the mining companies to conduct mining services contract. Yes, but we need to be doing more, especially when we're beginning to realize that if we don't start acting now, most of our resources that should rather go to the benefit of our people are going outside and going to the benefit of foreigners.
Which one should come first? The changing of our mining laws, or the flexibility of our banks and our financial institutions to support indigenous people to venture into this large, scale businesses that requires a lot of investment? Would the banks be more willing, if they knew that the laws will protect the indigenous, then maybe they are willing to give to you, a local person, to invest?
I think that the laws should come
first. Okay.
We need to look at our mining laws. I've heard commentary from a lot of people in support of the mining lease granted Barari, and then those who are against it. And everybody has a point. You see, people are thinking that, look, if we want to keep up with the rest of the world, then we don't have to walk, because at the time when we should be walking, we're crawling. So if our mining laws are say 50 years old, and the rest of the world has moved on 10 steps.
Yeah.
Then when we are going into new mining ventures or new mining arrangement, we should look at the existing ones.
Yeah,
what is current, the best practice. Okay, if you want to compare what we have with the lithium thing to what our mining laws used to be, then you will say it's a good one, it's an improvement. Because I've heard Sir Sam Jonah made comments like that.
Yeah, and the minister as well.
You know, but if you
is that enough?
No, it's not. And if you speak to experts in the industry, they're going to tell you it's not enough.
So for context, this is 13%, if my readings are correct, 13%. And comparatively, the minister said usually you would have Ghana benefiting about 5 to 10% maximum. So because this is 13%, this is an improvement. Is that the position?
Yes, that is exactly what it is. But it's not. Is that the best? That I think should be.
Yes.
Is that the best that we can make out of our rich resources?
Yeah.
It to some of us is definitely not the best.
Which fraction do you think would be the best? Which percentage, for example? 50%, 55% more?
Well, I have said on several platforms that it's about time mining companies in Ghana are more than 50% owned by indigenous Ghanaians or the state. If it's Ghana that maybe has a free carry plus whatever individual Ghanaians have in the mining company, it's more than 50%. Government will always have an interest. Government will always have a free interest stake in, together with what individual Ghanaians or individual Ghanaian companies own. Should be more than 50%.
So cumulatively should be more than 50?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. That is the only way then we can get maximum value, or we can maximize, or we have majority of the benefits that come from mining of these resources, which is rightly so.
Okay.
Ghanaians must benefit from the resources that God, in His own kindness, put us where we are now, and not being exploited in a way by foreigners, which has not been beneficial to Ghana. And a very true story is, if you look at our mining communities, go to Duaprim, go to Takwa, Obuasi.
That's why they call it a gold curse, and why people are afraid the lithium would be no different, because they call the lithium the white gold. And the minerals we have mined in this country has not benefited us. Why should I be excited that lithium will be any different if at the end of the day it is going to benefit expatriates, and the youth of this country will still be grappling for opportunities and have to leave the country in droves in search of opportunities that they can't find here, when there are lots of minerals in this country?
Daniel, that is why I've said that it's about time every single Ghanaian start speaking about what was wrong or what is wrong, and why are we not benefiting. I have just told you that a chunk, virtually all the mining companies in Ghana are owned 100% by foreigners.
But the politicians know that. They are supposed to change that. The MPs go to parliament and they don't change the laws.
Well, it's up to you and me, the ordinary people, and then of course the chiefs from Winneba and all the other places, and Takwa, Takrady. It's up to them to now stand up for what their ancestors have left them with.
Okay.
If we don't start pushing our policy makers, our politicians, to the reality on the ground, we don't make them see how we are being exploited, it's going to continue. You know, I won't say because, oh yes, I'm benefiting from it, so I'm not going to fight for my people. I would fight for my people, because I know my people should be benefiting more than they are benefiting.
Okay.
I know the kind of thing coming into the industry. I've now come to the realization why most Ghanaians have been pushed out of concession, which initially they own 100%. It's a very difficult terrain, you know, especially if you have to come to terms with powerful corporate organizations, you know, who would want to use everything they can to muzzle you.
What has been your experience? What has been your experience?
Well, it hasn't been a very good one. If you invite people in to come join you to come, invite them into your home, come help you to manage your home, and then after a while they're kicking you out of your home. That is not a good experience, and that is what I've come to realize, that is what most Ghanaians had gone through. Hence the reason why Ghanaians don't even have equity holding in some of these mining companies.
Are they literally buying you out and say, take this money and leave this thing for us? Or this is just trying to look at maybe the contract you sign and finding some loopholes in there and try and take advantage of it?
It's a combination of everything. But the objective is gradually, let's get them out. So whether it's through coercing, whether through enticing you with some money, whether trying to find loopholes, that is the objective of any foreigner who comes here to mine our resources. Get the Ghanaian out, and then we have a field day. Nobody knows what we're doing. Initially, they will start by not even communicating and letting you know what is happening. And if you are not strong, if you are not tough, then eventually you give up. Oh, let me take the money, and then that kind of. And I've seen it's a bad experience. I mean, and I wouldn't say because I'm a shareholder in a viable mineral project, I'm going to sit back and then allow my people to be exploited, or not speak about what is wrong in the industry, knowing that the moment I start speaking, it's going to change things in the industry, and then with time, Ghanaians can benefit from things that their ancestors have given to them.
This is another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. Today I'm speaking to Ben Nunumensa. He's a businessman. He's the 10% shareholder in Barari DV. It's a mining company that has a concession as far as the lithium conversation is concerned. He's partnered with an Australian company, and he's been mentioning about some of his experiences with them and why Ghana needs to have more equity in its own resources. We'll go for a short break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation on whether or not the lithium mineral that we have is at risk if the two shareholders are at loggerheads. Stay with us. We're back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is still The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. Today we are talking minerals. We are talking lithium. We're talking about how the mineral resources of this country can benefit the people of this country, how they will not become a curse. Many are talking about the gold curse because of the destruction of the land by galamseyers and how it's polluting the environment, while it is not necessarily benefiting the people. And like we've established on this program today, if you go to Takwa, if you go to Obuasi, some of the most deplorable communities in our country, and yet there is so much money being mined out of their gold. Why are they not benefiting? What should change about our laws? Ghana has discovered lithium, the white gold, which is in very high demand amongst the top 10 most expensive minerals in the world at the moment. The estimation is that the demand for lithium would be about 6 times what it is today in the next 10 years or so. So what are we going to do with all the lithium we have discovered in commercial quantities in Ghana? Would we change our laws to reflect the new trend where countries are benefiting more from their resources? Barari DV and Atlantic Lithium have been given a license to mine Ghana's lithium for the next 15 years. When will they start the mining, and how soon should we expect the benefit? And is everything all right with the lease agreement Ghana has with these companies? Ben Nunumensa is a 10% shareholder of that concession, and he's been giving us some insight about what's been happening and why some of the laws must change to reflect the changing demands of our country. So, sir, my checks suggest that your original partners were Iron Ridge. Atlantic Lithium has been thrown in the mix the last couple of months. Do they own Iron Ridge, or how did they buy Iron Ridge out? What's the What's the arrangement like? Because that's correct. Your original agreement was with Iron Ridge.
With Iron Ridge Resources.
Okay.
Of Singapore. I am still trying to get answers from Iron Ridge Atlantic, how Iron Ridge has metamorphosed into Atlantic Lithium, which is the name that we all hear. But my arrangement and my MOU or my agreement or my share transfer or my shareholding arrangement was with Iron Ridge Resources. You hardly hear about Barari DV, the indigenous name of the concession. That is also something that I'm still asking for answers. I heard not too long ago Atlantic Lithium being listed on the stock exchange, and it came as a surprise to me because Atlantic Lithium is not a registered entity in Ghana. It is Barari DV, which is a registered entity.
So ideally, it is Barari that should be listed on the stock exchange.
Exactly, and you just mentioned the mining lease was given to Barari DV, not Atlantic Lithium. So this semantics with names and not too sure how Atlantic Lithium relates to Iron Ridge is something that I'm still baffling to understand. Now, when Atlantic Lithium got listed, I did a few checks, and yes, they were. But Atlantic Lithium, if I'll say Iron Ridge Resources, don't own any property or value apart from the Ewoya concession.
But didn't you know when they were going to be listed? You are a partner.
Yes.
So are you not sitting at the meetings? Don't you know that this date we are going to launch on the stock exchange? What did you oppose to it? Did you not say it's Barari that must be listed?
Daniel,
because I should be confused.
It's not everything about the company confidential that I can talk about them now. But what I can simply say is that Barari DV has a board.
Okay.
But most of the issues and most of the decisions that affects the Ewoya projects are not taken at the Barari board. It is taken, decisions are made somewhere, and then I only go and ask, why is this done? Why was this done? So that is the kind of, and I'm not surprised. When we spoke earlier, I told you most Ghanaians who originally had 100% shareholding in our mining concessions eventually get frustrated, and then they just chicken out by some of these tactics and maneuverings and arm twisting. But Benenu Mensah is not the kind of person who would chicken out easily, especially when I'm an indigenous Ghanaian and I have every right to what belongs to my ancestors.
What can Ghana do to help maintain your stake and your interest and the equity that Ghanaians must get in this concession? Does it mean that the deal must go back to Parliament for parliamentary scrutiny, or what should be done?
Okay, for my business dealing with Iron Ridge, that's something that's myself and my lawyers can handle that.
Okay.
What we're speaking about now is the bigger Ghanaian interest in the mining industry. And that is where I'm coming from. As for all the arm twisting and all the,
you can deal with it.
That is something that we can easily handle at my, and those ones came in because I needed to make you understand why most of the time Ghanaians are booted out of concession, which initially they own 100%. What I am trying to put across now is for our chiefs, is for our people, is for our government to start realizing that, look, our mining laws that we have not and will not benefit the ordinary Ghanaian in that mining community. Go to Gold Reef City in South Africa. It's one of the most beautiful cities in the world because there's a lot of resources, there's a lot of wealth in the ground. So the people in the area benefit. Can you say same of Obuasi? Can you say same of Takwa, Iduaprim? No. So this is the awareness that we should need to start creating. Our chiefs especially my chiefs in the central region, needs to stand their ground and make sure that these things that have been bequeathed to us by our ancestors, our people make maximum benefit from it. Earlier on when you spoke about how Galamsey has polluted our water. Before the white people came with sophisticated machines and all the things that now we've taken advantage of and doing Galamsey to pollute. Our people were doing small-scale mining. In their own small way. And the communities directly benefited. Yes, it's good. We need to look at the bigger benefit. But in doing that, have we put in place measures and structures that it doesn't also destroy other sectors of our economy, or it doesn't also destroy other our farming areas? You see, so these are the kind of things that if we're going to fight Galamsey, we need to put in place laws not only to fight Galamsey, to make sure that the Ghanaians or the indigenous of a mining community maximizes the benefit that they are getting from the richness that their soil gives to them.
Yeah. Why do you think people like you are in the minority or are lone voices? Yes, I've heard Professor Jampo, former Chief Justice Sofia Akufo speak about these things. And these are, of course, voice of conscience. And like I mentioned, you have people who are supposed to make these laws. Are they removed from the reality? Because it's obvious that Ghana should be benefiting more from its resources. We have gold, we have oil, and we're still struggling, going to IMF and other Bretton Woods institutions to ask for aid when we have so much money buried in our land. Why is it not? Look at the aggressiveness we are fighting LGBT. If we use the same aggressiveness to say let's change our laws, that can't be done.
Well, I will say that I am happy that at least you are hearing voices, and these are not just ordinary Ghanaian. I mean, I heard the former Attorney General Sofia Akufo speak about it. I've also heard lawyer Sambo Kujato speak about it. Professor Jampo, Professor Lord Mensah,
Wright Simmons.
I have seen a lot of write-ups. So it's good. As a nation, people are now beginning to prick our minds, say, look, we've been sleeping all this while. There's something we're not doing. So it's good. It's a good beginning. The change will not happen today, tomorrow. But once prominent people and knowledgeable people and people who have the country at heart are speaking about these things, I'm sure it would come home to, it will get into our policymakers. Fortunately for us, most of these things has to go to Parliament for approval. It also has to go to Parliament for ratification. So I'm sure our parliamentarians, they are hearing these people. They are hearing me speak.
The Domahene has been very vocal about it as well. He says that I will only allow you to come mine on my land if it's 50-50.
Exactly. If I could sit back and say, oh yeah, I'm benefiting, I'm okay, my family is okay. But am I treating my country right? Am I being fair to my country? When coming into the industry, I'm beginning to see that Ghana as a whole, my people as a whole, can benefit more than they are benefiting. You want me to keep quiet? I won't keep quiet. This is about Ghana, this is about our country, and this is about people. It's the duty of every Ghanaian who has the might or who has the power to fight for those that don't have the power.
Okay. I have two final questions. What do you say to those who say these foreign companies, whether it is oil mining or it's gold mining, they do a lot of prospecting and it's a lot of risk because there are no guarantees that they will find these mineral deposits. So because they are taking a huge risk, that is why they get a chunk of the benefit when the discovery turns out to be positive.
I do not agree with them.
You don't agree with them?
Daniel.
Are we willing to take that risk, to pump money to explore, knowing that it could be positive or negative?
Daniel, you see, like any other business venture, you draw up a business plan and you're able to convince your financiers how viable the project is. The Awoya is a very viable project. It would pay for itself within a matter of 18 months or thereabout. with such a good business plan, sending it to financial institutions, capital market, you should be able to raise money, just like any other business project. I don't want us to look at oil. Yes, of course, the volumes of monies involved are huge.
Yeah.
Oil industry, the mining sector. It is up to us to be able to put together very viable business projects and convince the investor to come. Especially when the investor knows that in Ghana, Ghanaians, no matter what, would have 50% or more shareholding in that venture. At least that gives them a kind of comfort that, yes, I'm giving to a majority shareholder. Yes, like businesses, you can invest in projects and it doesn't work out well.
Yeah.
But that is business. But with a good study, for instance, in the mining sector, you should be able to know the quantity and the volume of resources in the ground before you even start mining. You know, these can be done scientifically, and like we did for the Ewaya project. So it shouldn't be difficult for our people to raise capital.
Okay.
It's just that we haven't come to that realization that we can do it. Okay, we only think that in the oil sector and the mining sector, then I have to go outside and get a foreigner.
Yeah.
We have not come to that realization. But the moment every Ghanaian realizes that we can do it, or the moment we start building wealth for our own people, who then have enough wealth to go into this venture, would always run to foreigners.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so I don't believe that they invest so much. We can also invest that amount of money.
Okay.
We need to start building wealth within our country. We need to start retaining most of the wealth that this country has within the country. That is the only way we can build upon that wealth and create more jobs and create more employment for our people. Okay. But if all our wealth is taken out, then we have a serious problem.
That's how our city is depreciating, because at the end of every business here, they lift the money, change it into foreign currency.
Exactly, and it goes out.
Capital flight.
We are not building wealth within our people. And that is something that we need to look at.
Okay. But in the midst of all the chaos and all your wranglings with your partners, is this lithium going to be mined? How soon? And how soon would Ghanaians begin to realize the benefit? Already the lease has been signed anyway.
Yes, I think where we are now is to get parliamentary ratification. You know, and at that level that, you know, people will start scrutinizing and making sure that whatever we're going out there or giving out there, it's going to benefit Ghana as a whole. I'm not too sure where we are now with the public opinions and then the EPA studies about these things, but I'm hoping that whatever our policymakers or whatever our license grantors will do, the ultimate aim is to make sure that it would benefit Ghana more than it's going to benefit any other people.
Okay.
And I believe that maybe before the parliamentary ratification is granted, these are some of the things that, some of the people that will be spoken to, especially our chiefs and the people within the community, and to make sure that, yes, the ultimate benefit goes to the people. You see, gold is not a curse. Lithium, such a strategic mineral, is also not a curse. It is how we have approached it and the things that we have done that has not made our people benefited from it. That is why we think it's a curse. But it's a blessing. Ghana has been blessed with so much wealth, so much. Talk about all the strategic minerals in the world, and you find them in Ghana.
Yeah.
That is a blessing. That is not a curse. God has a reason why he put you and I on this very rich land. But if we don't wake up to that realization that this belongs to us and we must do whatever we can to make sure that we benefit from what God has blessed us with, we'll keep losing it. It will be going away, and you and I will not make the maximum benefit from it.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your latest advocacy, and I hope that the good people of this country will listen. Those who are mandated to take decisions on our behalf would also listen and make the right changes too. help the future of this country, because posterity will judge all of us for what we do and for what we do not do. So thank you very much for your time.
Yeah.
This has been another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I've been here with Ben Nunu Mensah, a businessman, and for most of you, you know him as the president of the Ghana Olympic Committee. Very, very big sports administrator in this country. But he's a man who wears many hats, so sometimes we talk to him outside of the sports fraternity. Thank you for watching. We're back another time with another edition of The Lowdown. Bye for now.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello and welcome to Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante. To our very first story, the economy witnessed a downward trend in 2020 after the country was hit with the deadly coronavirus pandemic. Since its wobbling state following the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war, the government has implemented measures to put the economy back on a sound footing. One of the measures deployed by government to stabilize the economy was to seek financial assistance from the International Monetary Fund over a 3-year period. While the economy is witnessing some marginal rebound, Ghanaians continue to experience excruciating hardship coupled with rising cost of living and doing business. As the elections draw nigh, the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, has criticized the Vice President and flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, for staying mute about matters on the economy. He asked Bawumia to explain to Ghanaians why the cedi keeps depreciating against major trading currencies. He also quizzed him on why inflationary pressure remains high and why the country's debt level keeps ballooning. The aforementioned are the 5 questions the NDC flag bearer posed to Dr. Bawumia while addressing party faithful at a gathering.
I'm going to add one more question. He's on video, and he said that Popo's time, 1 cedi, $1. Mahama and Mills time, 2 cedis, $1. And that if he were Mills and Mahama, he would resign. I'm asking him, today, $1, 17 cedis.
Russia is seeking unfathomable sum of money from one of the world's largest tech companies. Google reportedly owes the Kremlin more than 2 decillion rubles, a 2 followed by 36 zeros, after refusing to pay fines that are now accruing for blocking pro-Russian channels on YouTube. The virtually unpronounceable penalty amounts to $20 decillion, or around 20 billion trillion dollars. That dwarfs the size of the global economy at $110 trillion. According to the International Monetary Fund figures, the world gross domestic product looks modest in comparison. Google parent Alphabet, meanwhile, has a market value of around $2 trillion. Following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Google curtailed operations in the country, but stopped short of pulling out altogether. In contrast with several other American tech companies, many of its services, including search and YouTube, continue to be available in the country. Months after the invasion, Google's Russia subsidiary filed for bankruptcy and paused most of its commercial operations after the government seized control of its bank accounts. The Chief Executive Officer of National Petroleum Authority, Dr. Mustafa Hamid, has said Ghana may soon source petroleum products from Nigeria's Dangote oil refinery. He explained that Ghana will import from Nigeria if the refinery has the capacity to produce 650,000 barrels per day. Speaking at the OTL Africa Downstream Oil Conference in Lagos, Dr. Hamid said the move will bring down the prices of petroleum products in Ghana. He noted that Ghana currently spends about $400 million monthly on fuel imports from Europe. Dangote oil refinery, built by Nigerian billionaire Aliko Dangote, is expected to be fully operational in the first quarter of 2025. The Executive Director of the Institute of Energy Security, Nana Amoesi VII, says accusing Sanon Asogli Power Plant Limited will not solve the frequent power outages popularly known as Dumso. The Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, has accused the management of the power plant of acting in bad faith for shutting down its plant over debts owed to them. Speaking to the media at the close of the annual IMF World Bank meetings in Washington, D.C., he said Asogli submitted the final agreement for our review. We reviewed it and we are fine with it except for one issue, which led to the shutdown. So, when the Ministry of Finance made the one-off payment to all IPPs, we were supposed to pay Asogli $30 million, and subsequently, they made a case for another $30 million, but we did not agree to that. So we finalized the negotiations with them on arrears. Speaking on the Morning Star, monitored by GhanaWeb Business, Nana Amoesi VII mentioned that accusations will not solve the problem of intermittent power outages, popularly known as Dumso, we are currently facing. He further said the Minister of Finance accused Sanon Asogli of demanding more money out of frustration. He advised that there is a need for productive discussion to champion strategic cohesion, adding that at least a substantial amount could be paid to bring Asogli back on board. Flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, has once again criticized the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, for refusing to answer the 5 questions he posed. His comments come after Dr. Bawumia posed 150 questions to him and asked for a debate instead on the economy. Reacting to this at a gathering on Wednesday, October 30th, Mahama accused Bawumia of destroying the economy and urged him to address the issues to give Ghanaians some relief. Mahama also said Dr. Bawumia needs to explain to Ghanaians why government borrowed 42 billion cedis from the Bank of Ghana and why he has ditched the economy to focus on digitalization. The Ghana cedi is currently trading at 17 cedis to $1. The cedi, which has been under pressure throughout the year, recorded relative stability in July this year, while inflationary pressures continued declining. However, checks by GhanaWeb Business as of October 30th, 2024 show that the cedi is trading at 17 cedis to the dollar, while the pound is trading at 21 cedis, 66 pesos in some major forex bureaus across the country. Additionally, the euro is trading at 18 cedis, 7 pesos on the retail market. The situation will further worsen the woes of the Ghanaian economy amidst the pricing behavior of businesses. According to Bloomberg, the cedi has traded almost 1% lower against the dollar in the past month after declining in value by almost 24% this year. Many thanks for joining us on today's edition of Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sawa Asante. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and X at the Ghana Web. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. Once again, my name is Ernestina Sawa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Wakoba was here. Say bang you, say I want to know. Now what they can't, ya do wako to please. Me buy ya, what the car, one go we are the Nabosiano about, ya do wako to Modi. When be as may you are more about one thing. So about so remember what the count one, ya do wako to please. Maybe you are more about one thing. As someone will catch them. To Ghana for more about was saying what the prison when you are young was it. Maybe I am a baby in our mother. I have a mama. The Ghana will be uncle Uncle Bob here. Mrs. Carol, that's a common over no assault to one, want to impress the Ghana. The common over, and to which you control the animal, I say, and you are for prison. And to me, baby, you want what the prison and what the cardiac. Be you in our mother one thing. Some more.
No. Now, for me, I also buy a flan for November day. May president of Ghana. Aren't oh, Mary.
I could have formed a kunku and walk to a more Rama, what to anyone in Rama. No, the more I read, the granny.
Okay.
What I will say was what I will from say, pet. I want no cook anymore. What you shout at me, none of one I read.
Okay.
Let be our work for us, will be out on town of me.
So, by President,
I will be a
nah, and I, Joe Barrett from some of
I also the card, so I was saying the card near the master to be.
Debbie.
Yes, I'm fan to have. And I won't be now to go with them. Not this year to Abana, was saying I'm in the pan to be empty, and I was in the pan to be empty and I'm an answer. When we have visited a half, I go with them. I want to go with them and then answer. It is a kind. Let's say, I will say, payments are. The rest I go trouble and then payment. Not the wapping. The half one idea.
To be President.
Oh, magic card. But the card, I can't just say the card and talk to them. Never for your business. Yes, I'm fan to Abba. As Auntie Beba. School friend, I'm the buy. The Macan, when you start a paper. Oh, him I travel, what's over for you? Why not baby? I'm fast. I'm a man can't and I don't know some will travel or not over for you. There's one try that chair will be a. Yeah, what you have a 7 year? My area. My cracker, my son. What can some in it? I saw the Abaca, Rebecca. My cracker, many Abaca. Maybe I saw. Maybe the chairman, I want to have many Abaca. Baby, I was with the little. Need I actually come up. What the book are, yeah, the challenge I can't hold the fake at home. So, yeah, 1 year I feel the water, and yeah, it's will be a 1 year gonna and then I'm going to pesa. When you say I'm going to buy it, when I go and buy you, we are day more. We are day more. The bonfire and I'm going to mentality. Come be so 1 year of it, where your bass from home, where you need personal home. No poor basso, no poor basso, I didn't know for I don't know what it is. Then I can't say, what's it? Did you tell you don't want to say? Yeah, your hammer can be said. And so say, Guy may a family. Now, my baby, no me, you. I buy and say, I will listen to enforce the bar say, will be on what church, you know. I won't clone in our clatter since I where the above can say, or your best sign. One fat in the fear number. No foul one for number. To me, I was saying, I did, and one more side be if you no money for no maguso.
wo mo etimi ehunu na se wote ha na se wo so ni mo ma nti wa fa computer atena ho na wa twetwe na dia beto nani mu a ana fa o kakra etu ala me dase me be ni ya me shira o se ye ya me ma pa no ya me na bi ya me be shira ka se ina shira na tna ho fe mo ma na ma ye na me nsa wo ka so ye ye do enye no
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello, test the mic 1 2 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me clearly? I want to make coming so me tonka. Na mo se line bay. In come on once again. Me dia ba mo efi mu. Na na se mo se me nka che nti obekwa mo mfa phone mpom frem me. Embi sam se na nkomo hema. Na wo kon hemfa na sisi asa ye nti wonka biem. Ana ho se no so de mfa mo. Anyway, se na me kan so wa kwaba. Say na your first timer. Where you come on GhanaWeb TV. Where you entertainment industry mun some akoso. Nia what say ye. Nia want say. Nia po no ti ya want ya si ya wuni mu details no. Eno obekwa dane masisa ni na say bede na me dia ba besomo. Na oni bibi answer na me hye me nsamas no. Me ntwa me ho semambra. Na me fa nsem e wo ni nyina. Emma me somo. Medofo ene matamfo ene wana mo hwe me afane nyina mesama mo akwaba e de bankomo hosto on GhanaWeb TV edino eye mame akuache nimde hema ba kope na you know this week no eye beef upon beef na beef nso de me hu de ne no asema pewa ache bi na chese me de aka o na bibia etumi akokama na wochi mo me hwe me nsama se de na me kwa akosha ase e de free ababa wa you know entertainment pundit industry mu insense when ye ba ono so can be ye pan eye MC ya ye boa mami ni hu oye controversial kakra because ntim pempio no to ne wasem ba dia obe make sure say draining no be drain ye pan na okakọ pie mu e wo delay interview so ene ye bisa ne ho nsem se me nko mechi kakra na nsemu ena efia Schwarzenegger e de betu dwa say eye ya ye boy MC ya ye boy enye na ya si memma body say toje emekoko wie mu krampo de kwami A+ ai nyumtini asi se wana ne politician e cry ababa we eba eye kwami A+ dia enye ba no as usual people were expecting sananka mami sister e beba bonten na nkobeka so oh nia efia Schwarzenegger e ka no eye no cry ana se oboa ne no interview na se e no de kokko you know ekobisa no ho no delay bisa ne se ya tse I see said and baby we ejuma say UTI a uko ni radio stations a uko ye ne memme wo mu nyina industry mu nyina obi abo o Mario star obi e bi e no se ono na se mpo no so no decide so de na hemu ebe to onom e mo obi abo ne toje na se mfo obi aho e na afi no opeso okase na ya se wo onumi enye Ghana for dia no abebu hu akonta e dia amamo ai se bia ya jeje to baba je to e de free e na ya na to mu se shade ne de o to be mani ye pa ba na manfo e bisa se na shade we de hwan dia. Are you asking me? I should also be asking you, but who shade we e kona na to mu se we de fia Schwarzenegger nkasa e ne to be ye pa e de mane no e wo dwumedie no ase
sebio onipa sebio this asemi betu dwe e obi a I think say one kasa why a victim of that person na senia onipa ne beka no eno na Ghana fo ni na bedi akira menye sure sanke na yete ha na me unsa me sen efe pa me pa grow di ba me ne mpreko ni agro okay ensem ni wo ho a me nso so okay sabe mayase enye ho na Ghana for tax gu na me bu ho akonta akira obi
na ewo dwumedie na asensoa na muguswa you know kan ne ho nsam na eye delay bisa ne say ya sanso mpate you know apart from say ye bo wa ya se toje ni niema hodo bi nso ho do ma aye a wo ye nsam de ya ka bi ye pan e de afan na MC ya bo ya ka say no bisa delay na nkasa say delay oni pe ya onu ye ka ne ho asemi oni misa wa nkasa mu ode ya woda na ya bo ase ono onu mu obi a no ho fa ye pan no sresre na emum no oni mprako pics Indiagro, or because on him preconsu Niagro, that was a insos no a harsh, a hard. But MC a watch them on all me. You almost saw a very nice person. No or choose to the kind of people are person no more a casenio on your momu a dinky town. But then conquer him on which sema on him preco Indiagro to new or hodom nase Sebio we a preco the MC a boss main country was a was say main countries or no on me or no preco no Indiagro. Me free ya boa won sensem so a MC ya boa. I need to add the MC to it. Na me konko pie mu e wo na Nama Meg Brown akache. Na mami adinsemfo bi atodwa e fa osofo salifo anwako ho. And they said 2 weeks ago, you know, Saturday 12 October, I remember the date vividly. 2024 year. And aka kwenhia bi e course e kokko wie mu na maba wa na mofra ba maba wa ya mienu omonyo medi mfinsha 12 years each atona nanom e wonse do na omochema the cause of the accident no e yosofo salifo amako ne babare ma wedi mfinsha 16 years e kofa ne maame e ka ena chese chema over speed ye pa emekoko wie mu na chese ode kai akakopemu emaba we ye chema mu so no ko birthday party omo ka na omutim e de ko hwinwe kokwe na Japan e talk an nya easy ena maba we e to nanom e wonse do ene e bai no de back and forth Ghana I said unless wasem na mbo na me say miti he enta man for twe me say obeku amasem beba ne de maye se twapia ne ya remi ye pa but ne nyina enkosi aga ma twabokra Nene by no for chemu bisa say no sofo na bad parents in the find the cause man for I can be ye pan e de ache e yo sofo And no, and Nama make brown so Eka said their phone na oche mu say oh wait dear Ghana for Australia munya botre and farmer ayesali for amako na ye maba wa mi can see say you see omo kra match say nye easy and mo vigil night require ye mo na vigil no candle vigil candle light vigil ye man no na mama grow na nkase mu ekopie ho no bi and oche mu say obetumi aka say sali for mako say o ye no of aprekope esan so mo nyina mo free kwada so those days answer na yankopon kra be frɛ ono sali for mako no make brown enim or no sali for mako and he's a very good man and until nsana Ghana for achi o man no dey papa sunka be yankomo ehumobro kakra o munya abotre mfa man no esan say sali for mako no mi eyade abone enhye da eni ne ho sa na e wasali for amwako sensemiem so e na baba wa e friend sister Debbie ai sweet x new medical ni sweet x ba kope e din semfo bia to dwa o chemu sen hwan sali for amwako we so for we era mo se den yemfa ne bone nche no ene ne say accident ne ba na ebeto dwa no ene videos ahodo these are some of the things na I like about Ghanaians me say wasem ene video chese uhunsem ene si kojo ho 2020 100 and upward 2019 9050 and at say ukoye uhunsem ba ya do make sure so mukwa kochi videos such as say e fa ho ene webusu ene wona na kanso nyina ba beto dwa na ene asele for makon ni accident ni ba bear accident see ene e chirema that was not the only time boy no or you know or drivers are with speed no apart from no enkonkoda no ene send videos bi ankasa ono sale for makon ankasa e preachi e wa manone ede to sorry menim say emum Ghana hanum pa chesa chema manone de we are police net no mo ha adwen dodo baby a wo driver for ha obi na police ni sise but Ghana hanum ono sali for amako he's more than the president of course na o chema ono Ghana hanum so drive na wonim na so ye police ni na won na stop you ono sali for amako na adio de be ono he only needs to pick up a phone and call the police IGP na kasa IGP o boy ba kwa stop him o easily go hanum that moment na IGP nya kasa ya that set we are done and e ba no ni so wan for kasa wo ye bia na sister da bia e kire mu se osofo a otumi ko gina baabi ekoka sansem we no na mo Ghana for mo gina on msi yenye humobro mfama no ono chema he doesn't and he cannot even deserve whatever patience and I say forgiveness and I say sister da bi chirema sale for mako e wo say post for hwe ana emra ene ne die pan esanse nipa dasani na ne ba no ekomo efri atase for asasi so na mi free sale for my consent mu na mi nkonko pie mu mi divert kakra nko pie mu ewo eye Ghana parliament ai members of parliament I have 2 so aba so mo nko shemra enfama yen si adane we are marching to our classes we are marching to our classes na and they say na say you know Ghana ye he kakra elections in Poenyamba about to Daniel and already know tensions are very high and then they say some kakra be MPP NDC e won mahye bedwuma me shebe for no na MPP form yen se bi na NDC ni ba ko mo so mo ko independent and ye chirema Ghana hanum so yen constitution ene yen bra ni chiremu se uyo obi na say e bia party bi so ene egina so to abama na say wo so won dom sa party ni bi ma ene emra na ma ho kwan say wo yetumi declare wo seat no vacant na say obi betua wa kopre emo nipa no aba betenemu in the name of that particular party. And so I'm so Emma speaker Alban Babi Nejina so ni 2 minutes so e declare 4 seats e vacant but the koko wie mo no na MPP 4 chire mo nti ase esan say omo ye wie a na che seats ya no MPP some nim so omo no ye majority nti say na che so omo ba minority na NDC 4 akwakoye eye majority nti MPP 4 so omo nti ase ne o chan so po kan say be yo minority nti omo tu emirika dwane ye na che say Supreme Court ko di nkita ho na e bunada ya etwemu ne wo so omo san koye bedwam na ye behu ni speaker be kan say ni Supreme Court kan no cause MPP for call the Supreme Court ka kire omo say na omo de to speaker anim say on to me and declare seats ni vacant e ma san kofo no enguso enwo eye akonya no so ne no na sa day no benada mi kire Tuesday corner was speaker e declare eye ne stance ne kokopie mu e wo mrahye bedwam ho no man kan normally be usan kan MPP for na better majority side na kan NDC to minority but this time around no na say NDC for I take over majority and then ye deje pa e kokko wie na say MPP for chire manya de ombetumi atena mrahye bedwam because e bi omotena ho no man na ntokwa akwakosi ballot papers ye be wi bi e wo ho no so the best thing was for them to work out and you move you ho no man be NDC for papa mpenimu ebi mo side chicks ebi mo papa no maame no any you know side cocks ne side hens and don't say sure mo ti say and we are traveling to the and away to ever social media for irade nyankopon Jesus nkofo ye John ayam na make social media for ne because mo kire mu say empanimfo ya hye mu say mo nkona mo nkonkoye mra enfa mre no mo koya we are marching forward na mo kokoto e wo mrahye bedwa social media for enye easy omo to be pa e de mane eye mrahye bedwa for se na maka dia woni mi bi ata makasa bebe mi amekasa mo say girl your pekasa but it is part of the job enti me ngina so na me kokko pensio be no me ba ni aka nyina no me de be somo me ba sisia.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Gwaniet on you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramian the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Obekia sexy ladies and sexy boys. Me sama wakwa ba Edeban Komo Hustle on GhanaWeb TV. Me din mami ekwache nimdia hema ba kope. Me se menim eni mechi obi eni honom. Oya na se wonti ase a se na me ho ase ayefe onso kope anwofe ni bi na to. Na December way, you know, ye ba better day, you ba eden ebekoso ask me say what is happening. And then they say I fear Singaton. I say nyame ya adoma. Or saba be my night show be in December or nti bronya ide aye de ye pa. E bia no bibi sam say fear Singaton ne kroye hwan. Won fe be kaya. Was it last year? Yeah. The year pan and Sababa wait, Koya Singaton, and never able to me. I recognize no war, Guinness World Records, ye bet you need whom so no kita, a record CB. But I call you mono natural say, and to me and Koye. And no trema, the fact say. Yen to me, and I went to me and qualify, and I went to me and I'm a record holder, no, and Chilesa own to me and Kobian. And to Chema, I feel in Yamia Doma, December, yeah, inside Kumas, location, no, Kumas, or Moka, Bibia, come a year, I will hold him to Chema. I'm more yes, Shemuino location, more baby, a very nice year pan, a month for able to me a band to where they're gonna force him while walk Kumasano. If you are singing at on Chema, I am Yamia Doma, or Saba Bayani Jumediani Bimunti Monko, Monfa support him, command Senebaya. To me, aquacofa, you know, just certificate can see a pine, so Ghana, yes, you to me, Ako, Unkodin, and Kasangasa. If you want to live long on this earth, fear men and be happy. Hey, but I want to ask, really, hey, no, and ask me, I emotional. Let me go on to business, no. Konfu colleague, I Kumawood actor. Do you guys remember say last 2 years? And I ran to where buyer much say we all became emotional because now near air quack or walk and na near far so a woo ye and my you know condolence that they send be man no and mom was sending the flowers as sending no when our friend will phone so money baby. Guess what? Colleague is happily married after 2 years. Are you shocked? But why are you shocked? So 2 years and you're in the choir and you know. And so now I shock no sana social media a jada ho say to a jada ho. And then they say me mo rewind kakra. And man here they turn and no me won see do no. And the interviews I would do a colleague chirema. He doesn't think just say and possible so bet me I worry about for because trauma no too much cause see who open for cry you know say na ere nyim okwa kwawo no na chese you know see who open for kwa na ne yam hyehye no eto de mina so hu oba bi no oba ne se ne yere kakra na chese ne yam hyehye no see God save me, Jesus save me. Hey. And say be no man for HM say so really into interviews I would akokoye nyina ekokan ye se won ware biem e na ho apemfo a e na fa ina kosi sen colleague nti na all deceive Ghana for na ase den and ase want me for feelings and share with yem eno the questions bi obi bi sa nyame na mba be bisa but social media for ne Ghana for bi nchom say colleague we dia wa anya de we dia wa anya de because the way I buy at least nka de twempo 5 years impo na chese bi oba bi nka say oh sisi ade na Ghana for na nka say mpayere maw ai nya ye idie na nka say oh colleague this is the time is right into betumi anya we ana betumi afa we na chese wona na twempo na emu odin but ebi mu so bisa say so this lady no within 2 years now yeah feasibility study like 2 years here no and how the search lady and then they say and then they train pramanities and then within that 2 years now only now worry and then people also be say no yes side cock into now oh chance we need be not just about to me replacing no and that is a question I'll be to me who colleague or roadside and we be sano but media nyam number be church macho but Ghana for binom echire mu a colleague wa anya de se na ansia 2 years ago ya o yere e to nananom e won se ro bo ho mmodea asan ko ware oba foforo e de ba betena ufie kra I am excited oh so me who say beef ne kwaso na nya hu nyina popo okay social media for a common sem e de a kire a colleague dia ene ono so say owo mmoye e de mamo we no ama metna TV so a metna radio so ana wan bie na no anka but we kakra na wakwa kire dia to social media na you wakase na ho a boy advice we ka say we dear this thing is for me because anya wo dear pa de ne na me ka say colleague e de moaye abre social media for ne Ghana fo bi no mu kire mu say adenti na branti we aware ntam sa ma me nkan na wakwa kire e de to social media no anka say me e na me kan o say the Bible says Bible ne say only a fool is considered wise when he is quiet. Bible say Jimmy for pe ani yakase onimnyansa emrekra tese why din I say Father forgive them for they don't know what they are saying. I wait there Jesus the second colleague Jesus say irade for Ghana for born chawomo esan so mu nim ni omo ye ai we there on behalf of Ghanaians obekia we there colleague yesere for your born che yan kan ye cry nim e be kansem e de kire na ye ka kansem cho ma colleague e di moaye abre social media phobia omo kire ma omo ntiase nienti a ono akwakọ ware oba foforo after 2 years pa na yere e to nananom e wonse do Ora I a friend who said Bull God, that's his name in the entertainment industry. Bray trendy pa because recently Stone Boy, you know, you say or Babe launching in fact or launching album yeah, ni new album be eba and unto no koko launching you know celebrities, those singing, those acting, a lot of them and now more fans of Stone Boy kamea ka shatawa Stone Boy munye kopiem e wodwumade na sibi but Bulldog nko de Bull God ekokoye na ade ni biem e wo ho no bi say na ade ben this time around he tried again to go and kiss Nana McBrown. Man for Becca some years ago, sir, those days Nana McBrown, United Showbiz no, or try so be faces the yano, but the co sister no penny. Program ni jume dia san so bia mu hu ya baba we ya kwa so ni mo pese office sister yi chi ni tinyina Bulldog se da bi fia no be fina no pacho pese bisa Bull God say pacho you open ana. Oh, open you can see me. Me amini make brown. Ebe kasamo. Do you understand? I want to make me and then I can't be any just let me know then we'll know how to go about it. But to me obi you know be hun be fefe no by social media for be HM say Bull God dey nya wo ye no obehwa ahwe na tenete niam because to me nya sa de no in public say ukwaye privately cramp no enya de wo ho kwan so betumi aye sa de no e de a kire obi sa Me sorry me sam so da me kwa kopie mu e wo my Nigeria our neighbor ehonom e na wedding chenchenche bi akoso Nigeria for the onim say si ye ma na ye fa ye ma na ye fe ye tan so dia ye tan ne untumi nyam mo hwe na ye chema this wedding no it was between popular Nigerian gospel musician Okopi Peterson Ena ne ho keni na me try na ere ni sisia no fashion ono so fashion designer Prudence Gabriel and Gabriel na eye wedding asi niema sisi wo honum ye pa and the styles awodo na omo be pam lace and the fabrics ni nyina kopie mo ase bi but eye groomsman no me hre be ma na odi eye okopi na chi no ekoye bibi wo honum Ghana fo e trim say bread ye den nko a ene say Emra wedding no ekoso no na groomsman ni wesuan osu fem brand you know nia oya wedding no fem no so person of na fun ho oye na atu che say no osu ene be na Ghana for be say what at all is in fact enya Ghana for but Ghana for kakra Nigerians for kakra eno me say why what is between you two ademu ye nuanom and now what is the issue in tia bema usu de dendia bi musu chema adom omuye eyi na eyi nibi eyi jai science wo pate se wonim na mi kan se eyi no and the Bible said no me and you were not there saying to me can say there but they are now groomsman e ama social media e de man for me say they do not understand while say be mo can say oh bia I say they are best friends and ebi omu ye nuanom and ebia oh jano honum na ebi e ha no ebi mu nso chema that was too much ke wo so nya abotre e kakrakra say na social media for you know e come adwene de akire abrante we dia na ha nso obekua ma sede ani medwumadie no mbede ni nyina abawiye I hope say na nso ma satisfy in all angles and back front sideways and every part of it and I hope say nia na wo hwehwe metumi ade nchechemu aba na just enkomo ho on GhanaWeb TV obekua chei ene nso ahia enam de ni nyina ebeba wiye so wanta menka da sene mesanso the information na hodo beef ahodo wo de onya ati beef no say ekoso ebi na moment ya tag me ba be take information ni nya de friend da sene masade nchechemu ni nyina aba besomo so wanta menka biom dia ene se na mekan no da sene ye besanso ehia me din mami akua chei nimdia hema ba kope mese manim ene ma ho feyechi obi eni ho no biem hwe na sa won ti ase a o TV na ya black and white no kona kwaye no colored I am out of here.
Kwalebu was I think 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
When the notification is done, immediately the insurance companies are supposed to respond to the claimant. And in responding, there are two things that are done. We will pay. We will not pay. We will pay. Support your claim with this.
Insurance is a contract, and contract comes with terms and conditions.
When there's a claim, report within a certain time period. If you don't report within that time period, we as insurers become prejudiced.
Our topic today is one that affects many individuals and businesses alike: insurance claims. Insurance is a crucial aspect of our lives, providing us with a safety net against unforeseen events and unexpected losses. However, when it comes to filing claims, there are numerous challenges that can arise, making the process daunting and complex. Today, we will delve into the world of insurance claims, exploring the hurdles faced by both policyholders and insurance companies, from the documentation requirements to policy interpretation, claim assessment, and valuation. We will shed light on the intricacies of this process, and we will also touch upon the new act, claim denials and the subsequent appeals, delays caused by administrative procedures, and the persistent issue of fraudulent claims. Our panel of experts have extensive experience in the insurance industry, offering diverse perspectives on the matter. They will share their knowledge, practical advice, and real-life examples to shed light on the complexities of insurance claims. My name is Matilda Boateng, and this is Legal Agenda. My guests for today are Madam Hannah Amakumsin, and she's the Business Development Manager with First Anchor Risk Management Limited. I also have with me Mr. Michael Adomako. He's the Head of Product and Innovations at Star Assurance, and Mr. Charles Anson Denchi. He's the Senior Marketing and External Relations Manager, National Insurance Commission. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I'll go straight to NIC. So what's your role? Because most often it's so difficult. I mean, the challenge with claims in Ghana. So we want to know your role as an insurance commission in overseeing insurance claims and protecting the rights of policyholders. What is your role?
Right. So thank you very much. Basically, the National Insurance Commission is the regulator of all the regulated insurance entities. And the NIC is there to ensure that there is safe and stable insurance market and sustainable market as well. We ensure policies that the insurance companies are into to ensure that there is penetration, there's also financial inclusion, there is financial stability. We ensure that existing companies or clients and future ones, our policyholders, have very good policies from insurance companies. With regards to claims, I would start by saying that usually when there is a claim, the claimant is supposed to report, first and foremost, to report the claim to the insurance company. That is what we call the notification. When the notification is done, immediately the insurance companies are supposed to respond to the claimant. And in responding, there are two things that are done. We will pay, we will not pay. Okay. We will pay, support your claim with this. After that, the insurance company does what we call investigation. They investigate into the claim to see whether the claim is admissible, whether it is within the insurance period, what are the items that are insured, and what are the perils that are insured. Is these perils that have triggered to a claim? They look at all these, and then thereafter, if it is something that they can handle in-house, it is handled in-house. Where they have to outsource the claim, it is done, given to a loss adjuster. The loss adjuster will also do their findings and then come out with their reports, and then towards settlement. When that is done, then insurance companies have to issue what we call the discharge form, and then they go ahead with the settlement of the claim. And for instance, let me just touch on motor. Motor, because motor is one of the big portfolio in insurance underwriting.
Yeah.
And let me take this opportunity once again to say that when you bought any commercial vehicle or even your own personal motor insurance, when you do the insurance, first the registration number of your vehicle to the *920*57#. *920*57#. When you do this, you are allowed to follow a prompt where you have to enter the registration number of your vehicle, and then immediately gives you the insurance details as to whether the policy is in force, which insurance company has insured it, what is the color of the vehicle, and then the period of insurance. And let me emphasize on the color of the vehicle. Usually when you go to do the insurance, you say, my vehicle is this type, this is the make, this is the color. The color is important because even the police use this to do their own investigation as to whether you, Ama, the car that you say you owe, is the color red or white as it is on the MID. That is the motor insurance database. And when that is done, it's a check. Many a times we change the color of our vehicles and we don't endorse it through the insurance companies. And usually when there is a claim, there are other ways that you can also check. You can check on the engine number, or you can check on the chassis number of the vehicle as another alternative identity of the vehicle. But many a times when they go to the insurance hall, they go with the registration number of the vehicle, the make, and probably the color. So sometimes where you could use the chassis or the engine number to justify, you may not be in the database. So I would say that when you change the color of the vehicle, inform your insurers, even inform DVLA.
Okay, so let's assume all these have been done. But most often, I mean, paying the claims is quite difficult because that's the challenge out there. So we want to know, as a commission, what your role is in enforcing these bodies, the insurance companies, in satisfying policyholders with regards to their claim. Yeah. What is your role specifically?
Oh, specifically, we ensure
that people come to you.
Yeah, we ensure that when claims are admissible, insurance companies are supposed to pay. And many a times, the reason why probably an insurance company may not pay a claim is what triggers the claim might not be what had been insured. Or probably at the time of insurance, the policy was not in force. Or the policy is not even in the database. Probably it's a hit and run vehicle. So these are some of the factors that insurers may not pay. But then when the claim is admissible and insurers or insurance companies doesn't pay the claim, you have every right to come to the National Insurance Commission to lodge a complaint that, look, I've been involved in an accident and an insurance company has refused to pay. Again, even on claims on motor, there's what we call the CAP 2021. The CAP 2021 have what we call limits of claim settlement. That's in respect to injuries. Okay. For instance, if it's a 5-seater, it's about 150,000 Ghana cedis. It means that if all the 5 are involved, it means that one will be limited to 30,000 Ghana cedis. However, because it's a 5-seater, it even means that if it is only one person or 2 people that were in the vehicle at the time of the accident, because they are entitled to the 150, depending on the incapacitation of the injury, they would be entitled to the limits within the cap. So for every number of seats, if it's a commercial 65, 35, 24, 15-seater, they all have the limits that their injured passengers are entitled to. So I would say that where you have an issue concerning claim based on the procedures that I've mentioned, you can come to the National Insurance Commission to launch your complaint. And we do handle these issues towards settlement, and they are done amicably.
All right, I'll come back to you, but we want to know specifically how long it takes when people are denied their claims, how long it takes for you to respond to them, because I'm sure you receive a lot of complaints every day. But we also want to know how long it takes for you to respond to their issues or claims. So we'll come back to you. Mr. Mike Adumak, we want to know, why do you deny people's claims? Why? We want to know, because a lot of people are so frustrated. Just bring this document. People don't even know the document they are supposed to provide. Do you even educate them on that? What should they do? Why do you deny them their claims?
Okay, I would say that it is not our sole view to deny claims. Insurance is a contract, and contract definitely has terms which should be respected, right? So there are times that clients or claimants go ultra-virus or go beyond the contract terms. They don't respect all the contract terms. So in the event of paying claims without to respect our contract, which is our policy document we issued out to clients, and by virtue of 1 or 2 provisions, we may deny a claim. So let's say our contract states for motor insurance that you are supposed to have a valid driving license for a vehicle, and you don't have a valid driving license. In the event of a claim, we might deny you, or may not pay. Or we could also have in the contract certain conditions that when there's a claim, report within a certain time period. If you don't report within that time period, we as insurers become prejudiced. We become a bit on the bad side by assessing and subsequently paying your claim. So you realize that following from our contract provisions, it sometimes becomes difficult for us to handle certain claims. That's how come we deny certain claims.
But we also know that the law mandates that, when you enter an insurance office, you should know the requirements that people need to provide before they can do or get their claims with regards to any accident or any thing that occurs to them, for them to demand a claim. Do you insurance companies do this, comply with this? Do we have that in your office?
Yes, we do. We display in our offices even the regulatory provisions from our NIC in our offices, letting clients know the basic documents they should submit in event of a claim. As I said, however, there are certain things that would make it quite difficult for us to settle claims and to even sometimes to even settle to a quantum. Just like Mr. Anson of NIC said, there are times that claimants may even expect more, but we may not be able to give that so much by virtue of even a limitation according to the new directives or the new act.
Okay.
So that's what happens.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
But we want to know what goes into it, what you look out for to determine a claim or to prove.
Okay, so once a client or a claimant comes to us with a claim, which is a request for compensation under the contract term, we obviously would want to get information from you as to what happened. So we usually will issue out a claim form to the client. And in the claim form, you state your name, your details, what happened for the loss to occur, the date, the time, the policy that you have with the insurance company. So once we've gotten this, they will go a step further to say, because there are instances the incident could have happened in a remote area. So we will be asked for pictures, be it a fire incident or a motor vehicle incident, we ask for pictures of it. Then they again want to also establish beyond the claim form and the pictures, whether there are other documents you may need to substantiate that if there is fire, did you report the incident to the fire service authority? If there was theft, did you report to the police station? So we would ask that you submit a police report or a fire service report in that regard for us to substantiate the cause, and we subsequently will treat. There are instances you realize that the claimant hasn't done these, and we'll encourage that you do them before we settle, just so that we prevent a bit of recurrence on the part of our claimants.
But a lot of times, people that is salage. I mean, that is what is damaging your reputation, and that is what is, I mean, preventing people from even going ahead to insure their properties and what have you, because there is no clear cut with regards to even the timelines that they need for a claim to be paid or whatever they are requesting from the insurance company to be paid or given to them, because it's like when they come, you give them that we are not done with our investigation. Is there a clear timelines for people to follow that? Probably if you fill a form, if you inform us about an accident, this is how long it takes for us to respond to you. When you do this is the next step. Is there a clear timelines? People don't know all this.
The interesting thing is we've been informed by, or there's a directive from our regulator, NIC, stating clearly for each class of business a timeline. And I must say, at Star Assurance, we respectively follow the directive and we pay within time. The challenge always has been the instance where, let's say for motor insurance, a person has an accident and you ask for a police report, especially if there are injuries involved or there's death, and you ask for a police report, you realize that it may take some time for them to procure the police report. And invariably, because it's part of the contract terms, and for us to also substantiate, because there are instances where people who are not even involved in the accident would claim to be part of the accident. So you want to substantiate, and in so doing, if you are fraught with some difficulties with the police authorities, we suffer the brunt of such issues.
Okay, so I'll catch you right there. I want to read something from the guidelines from NIC, which I'm sure is regulating your activities. Then you respond to me whether when all this is done, because based on what you are saying, it's like there is no clear timelines with regards to payment. So when you look at their guidelines with regards to non-motor, it says where all documents have been submitted and liability is admissible, the insurer shall adjust and compute the claim with the claimant and arrange for the discharge form to be executed within 3 working days. That's the first one. With regards to motor, where all documents have been submitted and liability is admissible, the insurer shall negotiate the claim with the claimant and arrange for the discharge form to be executed on the same day or within 2 working days. Then when we go to payment, that's 10.0. Upon the receipt of the discharge form, the insurer shall pay the claim within 5 working days. So in all, they are saying that within 3 months, 4 weeks, it says 4 weeks from the date when all documents have been submitted, everything that needs to be done for your claim to be given to you or whatever you are requesting from the insurance company should be given to you. Is that the case?
Yes. Let me also with emphasis on my company, Star Assurance. What we usually do at Star Assurance, we go beyond or we do better than what is even stipulated. As you said, a motor account even being about more than 50% of the whole insurance portfolio.
Yeah.
At our end, when even a claim is less than 5,000 Ghana cedis, we pay it within 24 hours. The monies are paid to you. Once you're able to complete what we call the discharge voucher, the monies are paid to you within 24 hours. So even though you're saying 3 days to 4 weeks, we pay it within 24 hours. So we do better. And generally, let me speak for the industry, that increasingly most insurers pay within time. But I'm just saying, at Star, we pay it within 24 hours.
Okay. I wish I had someone to, give us his or her experience with regards to claim. Because you are saying Star Assurance, that's better than maybe any other company, any other insurance company. But let's quickly move to Mrs. Hannah Amma Kumsen, who is a business development manager. I know you're a broker, and so we want to know, because most often brokers will come to you. If you go directly to the insurance people, they will not give you a good deal. I can give you a good deal, so sign up with me. But when it comes to their claims, brokers are nowhere to be found. What is your role in that?
Thank you very much, Counsel. Let me give a background or about what brokers do entirely. So broker channel is one of the distribution channels that you can use to purchase insurance. Somebody can decide to go directly to the insurance company. Some can go through brokers, others can go through agents. Now we have the car marketing. People can just go through their phones and then use their phones to purchase insurance. But you can also come to a broker to get your insurance done. Let me give you 3 reasons why you will have to come to a broker to get your policy done. Then we'll follow up with our responsibility when it comes to claims management. So 1, a broker is more or less like your insurance lawyer. A broker is a professional. A broker is specialized in the field that they sought to do. So let's say you want to buy a motor insurance. You come to a broker. The broker knows the market very well. Like I mentioned earlier, we are professionals. We know the market very well. We know the insurance companies who pay claims promptly. We know the insurance companies who can give you competitive rates, give you a very good payment plan so that you know insurance is an expense. You know how you can sort things out, not just with motor, but with other policies as well. Insurance brokers, one of the main things that we do, like my brother said, insurance is a contract. And contract comes with terms and conditions. And insurance, until now, we've been using the UK, most of the UK system, because that's where it came from, the policy documents. So some of these things, some are in fine print, some are difficult to understand. If you are not a lawyer like yourself, you'll not be even aware that we have CAP 21, CAP 2021 and all that available. But when you come through the broker being the professional will take you through all the conditions and then the terms so that you know what you're going for. And what you're going for, is it the best for you? There are times a company may have about 3 policies covering one business or covering one entity, and the broker can advise you that you can merge all into one policy, and that's where you save the money part of it. And the good thing about engaging as a broker is that it comes at no cost to you at all. No cost. I know this sounds like it's too much to be true, but that is it. It comes at no cost to you at all. You come to us, we scout the market. Aside getting you the best rate, we get you the best cover for your product, and then you have no cost to pay, nothing. You are just good. We get somebody will ask, so how do you even make your money? We get our money by placing the businesses with the insurance companies. So when we place with them, they pay us commission. Believe it or not, if you place your business through a broker or you place a business directly, still there's a component for a broker that is being charged. If you don't engage a broker, that means the insurance company must train one of their workers to work on your policy for you.
And which is mostly difficult because they have a number of complaints to attend to.
Exactly. So you are better off always coming to us because we have the expertise. We can advise you and all that. So from there, then I'll talk about our role in claims. Like I mentioned, we already explained to you the conditions, the terms, the exclusions, the exceptions, the warranties that these policies that you've gone for come with. Like when Michael was speaking, we know that there are so many cars. We have cars, private cars, we have commercial cars, we have tractors and all that. We don't use one driver's license to drive all these. Each of them have the various driver's licenses that you use. So a private car will be going for a B license, a commercial car, D, F, E, F, and all that. But somebody who does not engage a broker may not get this advice from the broker. But if you come to me or you come to any broker, the broker will be in the best position to describe or explain all this to you. So that at the point of the claim, you are not sending a B license for a car that you've insured as a commercial car. Do you understand me? Or a truck. You're not sending a B license for a truck. In fact, before you even drive the car, you're not going to drive a commercial car or a truck with a B license. Do you get it? So that's one of the things that as brokers we do. Secondly, we serve as advocates. So for insurance, we have established a good relationship with all the insurance companies as brokers because we give them businesses. We have that sort of rapport with them that we can speak to them during claims. So we advocate for you. Yes, we know there are timelines, but you know, human behavior and the number of claims that come to insurance companies too is quite cumbersome. So if you have a broker, I'll be able to go in through the insurance company. Oh, this claim, you have to work it this way. You should speed up a bit, facilitate so that you'll be happy. We also be happy. And we will not charge you. After you pay, if the insurance company has paid your claims, we don't charge you for anything. My brother also mentioned that there's some information you need in processing the claims. Let me come to motor again. In motor insurance, when you're processing the claim, if it's theft, you need a police report. It's fire. When it's fire, you need a fire report. You may not know these. We will advise you how to even get them. There are times I go to the extent of going to fire service to facilitate to get my clients fire reports for them. So all these are the nice things that comes with you using a broker. And the good thing that I mentioned is that using a broker comes at no cost, absolutely no cost to you at all. So why would you go directly to an insurance company when you have an advocate?
I see.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Say bang you, Sabantino. Now the canty, Yadu wako to prison. Me buy wa the car, one go we are the Nabosian or about Yadu wako to Modi. One be as may you are more babanti. So about so remember what the camp one Yadu wako to prison. Maybe you are more babanti. As someone will catch them. Tigana for more about was saying with the prison when you are young was it. Maybe I am a baby in our mother. I have a mama. The Sicano will be uncle Uncle Bosia. The Sicano, that's a common over no assault to him, one to him, Crasicano. The common over, and to you control the animal, I say, and you walk to prison. And to me, baby, you want the prison and what the cardiac, be you in our mother one day. Some more.
And yeah, no. Now, for me, I also buy a friend for November Day, my president of Ghana. Arija. Oh, Mary.
I could have formed a kunku, I'm going to a more Yama, or to anywhere in Yama. No, what the one I read, the gun.
Okay.
What I will say was what I will from say, Pet. I want no cook anymore. What you shout at me, none of one I read.
Okay.
Let be our work for us, will be out on common.
So, by President,
I will be a
nah, and I, Joe Barrett from so many.
So there may have been a magic card, so I was saying to the card, me, I had the master to be.
Debbie,
yes, I'm fan to have. And I'm begging to go with them. Now, this year to Abana, I was saying I'm in the pan to be empty, and I was saying I'm in the pan to be empty, and I'm an answer. When we have visited a whole of one year with them, I want you with them, and then answer. It is a kite. Let's say, I better say, payments are. The best I got trouble and then payment. That's the mapping. The whole of one idea.
To be President.
Oh, magic card.
Magic card.
I can't just say the card and talk to them. Never for your business. Yes, I'm fan to Abba. As Auntie Bar. School friend, I'm the buy. The Macan, when you start a paper. Oh, him by a travel, what's up with anymore? Why, baby, I'm fast. I am a man chair and I don't know some travel or no sort of thing. There's one try that chair will be a. Yeah, what you have a seven year? My area. Menkatano, my say, what can some in it? I said the Abaika, Rebecca. Menkata, many Abaika. Maybe yes, they tell one I want to have many Abaika. Baby, I was with the Nina, actually, I tried to come up. What the book I yɛde challenge nyinaa ka ho de fɛn ka ho so obi a wonya efie no wɔtwe yɛtwerɛ obi a wonya Ghana ni yɛtwerɛ adɛ na mo ha ni fɛsa wonu sɛ nyame na ne ba yɛ nyakubɔ yɛ ne ba yɛ o woyɛ dɛn mo boa me bompa yɛ sɛ nyakubɔ nsa ntalagyi kwan bia so wonyina fiti wɔyɛ ɔba soronko wɔyɛ nipa soronko me boa ba so pro ha yi ni ko no fɛ yi wɔ boa ba so ada na wɔte nsa me na me kan tete me hɛ wo se nipa bionu wa sɛ yɛ wu yɛ ba ha ma ka bi sɛ ɛnsɛ sɛ nka yɛ me yɛ fa me na me baby na wɔn de yi wɔn ɛbaa ne sɛ yi mpanyinfoɔ de ba sɛ obiara nkɔ twerɛtwerɛ din no ɛwɔ nkuro nyinaa wɔ krataa sensan wɔadi aba a mokora sɛ ɔde ɔbɛsae no wɔmfa ne fie nɔma na wɔmfa wɔn ano fɔ nɔma tumi akɔsae agyegye wɔn mo sae biara de efie nɔma ne efo nɔma gu so wɔn mo atumi ehunu na sɛ wɔte ha na sɛ wɔso nim wɔn manti wɔfa computer atena ho na wɔtwerɛtwerɛ na de abɛto n'anim a
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #Legalize Organ Donation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
of the lifestyle practices that expose us to urinary tract infection is dehydration. So if you do not drink more, you are at risk of getting a urinary tract infection. Once you suspect anything unusual with your body, we as persons, we know our bodies much better than any other person.
In this episode of Health Focus on GhanaWeb TV, we'll be looking at a condition that is of major concern to a lot of people. We'll be looking at urinary tract infections, popularly known as UTI. My name is Elliot Nwete, and I'll be doing this with Dr. Vanessa Mensakawu. Hello, Doc.
Hi, Elliot. Good morning.
Good morning. Quickly brief us on what UTI is.
All right. So urinary tract infection, just as you rightly said, is infection of the urinary tract, the kidneys, bladder, and the urethra. So it's simply just an infection of the urinary tract. So that is what a UTI is.
Great. Quickly, take us through the general causes of UTI. We'll come back to look at specific causes in both men and then women, but generally, what are the causes of UTI?
So urinary tract infection is caused by a bacteria. So it's bacterial infection of the urinary tract.
Okay.
Yes.
And in men, how does that come about?
So men are less at risk of getting urinary tract infections as compared to women because of the structure in the difference in the structure of both men and women. Men have longer urethras as compared to women, and so the women are more at risk of developing urinary tract infections as compared to the men.
Okay. What I really wanted was, say, specific causes.
Yes.
I'm asking this because sometimes you hear people say, I went to the washroom, and then after that, I was told I have a UTI. So what are the specific causes in men and then in women?
The causes are the same. It's a bacterial infection, yes. So that's what causes, unless I'm not understanding the question properly, but the causes are the same. It's a bacterial infection of the urinary tract. So
why?
Or you mean what puts one at risk of getting the urinary tract infection? Okay, right. So for women, like I mentioned, because of the structure of their urinary tract, the urethra is shorter than that of the men, and so they are more at risk of getting contracted by or contracting the bacteria as compared to the men. So it takes more of a longer time for the bacteria to climb up the urinary tract or the urethra. Hence, women tend to experience more symptoms of urinary tract infection as compared to the men.
Great. What are some of the typical symptoms of UTI? Let's start with the women.
All right. So the urinary tract infection, the symptoms are the same for both the men and the women. Okay. So usually it starts with frequency in urination. So if you find yourself urinating more frequently than usual, then there is a suspicion that it could possibly be a urinary tract infection. That's in the absence of you drinking a lot more water, because naturally when you drink more water, you would pee more or you urinate more. And also what we call dysuria, that is painful urination. So when you experience some tingling or some pain during or after urination, it could be a sign or a symptom of urinary tract infection. Also, there are some instances where there is pelvic pain or abdominal pain, lower abdominal pain. These are some of the symptoms of urinary tract infection. So urinary frequency, dysuria or painful urination, and abdominal pain.
Okay, I want us to look at, you mentioned that one way of noticing that you might have a UTI is by frequently urinating.
Yes.
Is there anything specific with urinating frequently when you get a UTI? I'm asking because sometimes I realize that personally, when I take in a lot of water and I'm in a cold environment, I tend to urinate a lot. But when I take in the same amount of water and I'm in room temperature, I don't urinate as frequent as I urinate when I'm maybe in an air-conditioned environment. So how do you know that?
How do you differentiate?
UTI, maybe this is as a result of me having diabetes, because I learned that with diabetes you can get that, or it's another STI.
The only way to know is to check, which is why I usually preach or make the recommendation that once you suspect anything unusual with your body, we as persons, we know our bodies much better than any other person. So if you notice anything unusual at all, it's important to visit your healthcare provider, and they'll run some tests for you, and that's the only way to actually know that, okay, this is not, this may be the reason for your symptom, and this may not be the reason. So it's to just simply check.
Great. We'll talk about how UTIs are diagnosed medically, but then let's look at some lifestyle practices that exposes us to UTI.
Yes, so some of the lifestyle practices that expose us to urinary tract infection is dehydration. So if you do not drink more, you are at risk of getting a urinary tract infection. And so we encourage that lots of hydration. So drink more water frequently and often. Don't wait until your body prompts you to drink water before you drink water. That only means once you get that prompt from your body, it means that your water stores are depreciating or have depreciated significantly. Rehydrate, and also your personal hygiene as an individual, how you wash, especially for the women. We tend to use all sorts of things to wash our intimate areas. That puts you at risk rather of developing urinary tract infections as well as other diseases. And then also the various washrooms that are used, and also some sexual practices can predispose you to getting urinary tract infection.
There are lots of people who confuse UTI with a lot
sexually
of
transmitted diseases.
So I had a relative who said who believes that gonorrhea is the same as UTI because they have the same symptoms and what have you. But then you can, like you just mentioned, you can have UTI just by using a washroom.
Yes.
That's why I want us to be specific and then know what exactly would cause that.
Some people believe that it's healthy, or you reduce your risk of getting urinary tract infections when you pee immediately after sexual intercourse. That's some people, there's been some schools of thought that believe that it reduces one's risk of getting a urinary tract infection. So that is just one of the things.
All right. Let me draw you back to the use of washrooms. So what would you advise for those who cannot do anything about using or sharing washrooms and then other facilities that could expose people to UTI? What advice do you have for them?
So usually the advice we would give would be to clean the surface on which you're going to pee on as much as possible. Just carry with you an antiseptic so that you can help sanitize or reduce that risk of getting a urinary tract infection by just cleaning the area. And then if you can, also wash after, or just use some water to wash the area after you have urinated or used the washroom. And then also cleaning after you have used the washroom or any toilet facility.
All right, how is UTI diagnosed? I'm asking because some people say when you go to the washroom and then you urinate and your urine is foamy, it means you have UTI. If you urinate and it's yellowish in color, you have UTI. If you urinate and then it looks reddish, you have UTI. So how is it diagnosed?
So there is indeed quite a lot that goes around, and like I mentioned before, the only way to know that you have a urinary tract infection is to test. So once you suspect anything unusual, maybe you're urinating more frequently, you notice some blood in your urine is darker than usual, visit your healthcare provider and they'll run some tests for you. It's mainly diagnosed using a urine dipstick or a urine routine examination. Based on the values or the markers that we see, it'll point us towards a urinary tract infection or not. And subsequently, we also base on the patient's clinical status. So sometimes the patient comes in, they're having pain when they urinate, unbearable pain when they urinate. They have difficulty urinating simply because of the pain, and they're urinating more frequently than usual. So we do a urine dipstick or a urine routine examination, and we see certain markers that point towards a urinary tract infection, a possible urinary tract infection. Now, the way forward is to do a urine culture and sensitivity, where we do further studies on that urine sample to grow or to create the environment for the bacteria to grow. That way we'll know the exact bacteria that is causing the urinary tract infection, and also the right antibiotic to use when we do the culture and sensitivity.
Is that to say there are different types of UTI and then different stages of UTI?
There are different, I wouldn't say there are different types of UTIs, but there are definitely different stages of the UTI depending on the tract or the area that is affected. And there are different organisms that causes the urinary tract infection, which is why I mentioned that we do a culture and sensitivity that would let us know the exact bacteria that is causing the urinary tract infection. And then also we would know the right antibiotic to use for that treatment. Because once the culture and sensitivity returns, you get to know that, okay, this is the bacteria that is causing the infection, and this is the right antibiotic to use. There are some antibiotics that would come back resistant, meaning that if you give that antibiotic, it's not going to work. Which is why, as much as possible, we plead with people that you do not go to the pharmacy and get an over-the-counter antibiotic, because that only increases the risk of antibiotic resistance. And by the time we're ready to give you medication, we wouldn't know which to use, because you see resistant, 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 resistant. And yes, that is one of the difficulties.
All right, so one thing that is very peculiar with UTI, and I hear in some female friends, and then I hear a lot of female share, is that it is very recurring. So you treat it today, tomorrow it happens. Why is that the case?
So mostly that happens, one, because of antibiotic resistance, because they're not using the right antibiotic to treat the infection. Also the lifestyle, like we mentioned earlier on, there are certain things that you need to do as an individual to reduce your risk of getting these recurrent urinary tract infection. Also, studies have shown that drinking cranberry juice helps to reduce the risk of getting a urinary tract infection. So it's actually one of the recommendations that we discuss with our clients or our patients when they come in with this sort of recurrent urinary tract infection. Right. So cranberry juice.
Right. So before this interview, we had a conversation on hepatitis, and then people prefer using herbal medicines to treat hepatitis than going to the hospital. The same was with kidney. And what we learned from that interview was that sometimes if you use herbal medicines, there are certain components of this medicine that are very dangerous to the kidney.
Exactly.
That is why I want us to touch on the traditional way some people tend to treat UTI. So that we see if there are some dangers to it that has been researched on medically.
Well, unfortunately, I won't be able to speak to that because I do more of medicine and not traditional medicine. So I can't say that, okay, don't use this herbal medication, don't use that herbal medication. All I can do is to let you know that if you're having these signs and symptoms and they seem to be recurring, visit us at the clinic and we will run some tests for you and we will let you know what to do and what not to do. But there are several means, or let me put it, traditional means of which people have used to resolve certain diseases, but the efficacy of that, I really wouldn't be able to speak to it. Yeah.
Right, that was very enlightening. So Dr. Vanessa Mensah would recommend, would advise that instead of treating UTIs at home, go to the hospital, get diagnosed, and then treat it the right way. Let's go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll look at how it is treated, how UTIs are treated, what you should do if you are living with UTI, many more. Stay with us. Welcome back to Health Focus on GhanaWeb TV. I'm Elliot Aitenweti, and I'm still with Dr. Vanessa Mensah Kabu. We're talking about UTIs. Before we left for the break, we spoke about what causes it, how it differs, and then the symptoms it shows in both men and then women. Doc, talk to me about what preventive measures should we take so that we do not contract UTIs?
Right. So some of the preventive measures that one can take is basically lifestyle. Hydrate, drink lots of water frequently. Don't hold your urine in for too long, because the longer the urine stays in the bladder, the more susceptible or the more at risk you are of getting a urinary tract infection. Also, certain practices such as cleaning after yourself, after you've urinated, and also using just some water to wash would help reduce the risk of getting urinary tract infections. And then also certain sexual practices like urinating after intercourse can help reduce one's risk of getting urinary tract infections.
How about those who have already contracted UTI?
So once you have, you start showing signs or symptoms of a possible urinary tract infection, it's important that you visit your nearest healthcare provider. It could be a hospital or a clinic, and be diagnosed that you have a urinary tract infection before you start on any medications.
What role does antibiotic play in the treatment of UTI? And is it advisable that people recommend antibiotics to others? So you tell your friend about the symptoms you're having, they say, oh, I had the same thing last week, they told me to buy this and that, and I bought it. Should that be the case?
Well, in as much as it comes from a place of care, because of course you're worried about your friend who may have gotten a similar disease like you had a week ago or just yesterday, and it's only from a point of care to just recommend what the doctor gave to you. It's very bad practice. Yeah. It's extremely not the right way to go, and it's important that once your friend confides in you that I'm experiencing A, B, or C, you advise them or assist them with visiting a healthcare provider so that they can be properly diagnosed and the right treatment will be given to them. Because who knows, the bacteria that caused your urinary tract infection is not the same bacteria that caused your friend's urinary tract infection, and the management and the antibiotic recommendation would be different.
Most of it, I like to leave the effects and then complications of diseases to the last part of the show so that people understand the relevance of treating conditions seriously. What are the long-term and even short-term complications of UTI?
So the main short-term complication is discomfort. Okay. Having that urgency to urinate frequently. You know, sometimes you are at an event or you're at work, you're going somewhere, and every maybe 5 to 10, 15 minutes you have to use the washroom. That is a discomfort. And also the pain associated with the urinary tract infection is a complication of it. Long-term effects, it can lead to kidney diseases. It can also lead to, in pregnant women, it can lead to early delivery or premature delivery of their babies. So these are some of the complications associated with
these are the short-term complications?
Some middle to long-term.
All right. I want to know that when it comes to treatments, do we have different treatment for different populations? I'm asking because you brought in the issue of pregnant women. Yes. So do we have treatment for pregnant women?
Yes.
And
so definitely. So the treatment for pregnant women, because we have to be very particular about the baby and conserving the growing baby or fetus, the medications that are usually administered or given to pregnant women is different from that given to non-pregnant women and to the men, simply because we have to bear in mind also pregnant women are more at risk of getting urinary tract infections than the average person that is not pregnant. And so depending on the clinical state of the pregnant woman also, we do not readily give antibiotics because sometimes it could just be a phase and we just encourage more hydration and then certain lifestyle modifications that could help reduce the symptom of the urinary tract infection. However, the treatment, like you asked, is different depending on the culture and sensitivity results. So sometimes that wait for the results to be ready can cause the disease to resolve on its own based on adequate rehydration, and then also the lifestyle modification like I spoke about. So depending on how severe the symptom is, we either start the antibiotic empirically, meaning that we start the antibiotic while we wait for the results of the culture and sensitivity. And the concern with that is we explain to the client or the patient that once the culture and sensitivity results returns, the possibility of us changing the antibiotic is there, because it could be that maybe the antibiotic we started is not what would work for that bacteria when we get the result. So all this is a discussion we have with the client or the patient.
That is very interesting. So the show is Health Focus on GhanaWeb TV. Elliot Itinerant. I was doing this with Dr. Vanessa Mensah Kabu. If you did not get anything from this show, I want you to have these 2 lessons in mind. No matter what, do not self-treat a UTI. Also, before you treat yourself with anything, get diagnosed first, and then make sure that it is prescribed by a certified medical practitioner. Let's meet same time next week.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Welcome to another episode of Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Now, as you can see, we're not at the usual studios. We are here at the Made by Grace concert with PAC Esther. My name is Isaac Dadzi, and we are at the Accra International Conference Center, where the Made by Grace concert is currently happening. So we are expecting performances from very renowned gospel artists in Ghana, including Oima Mercy, PSA Esther, Perez Music, Amy Newman, and many more. Now, allow me to bring in a guest who is going to be sharing our expectations of today's event with us. Hi, you're welcome. What's your name?
Oforiwa.
Okay, and is this the first time at the event?
Yes, please.
Okay, what are you expecting from today's show?
I'm expecting those artists. I'm expecting Hima Mercy. I'm expecting PSC because I've never seen her before. So I want to come and then witness and then to see how she looks like. And then most of the time I like to listen to her music. So when I heard of the program, I decided to come so that I can also be blessed. That's why I came today for the program. Edu maybe na kayedi modi mera dinya mia mama sere edu mami ye na meninda o eshire menye na meninda o. Amen.
I'm expecting an encounter.
Encounter?
Yes.
That's it.
Yes, and to just meet the Lord, have a revival.
I planned coming for last year's but unfortunately I couldn't. And then a friend who attended actually expressed how blessed he or she was. Yeah, so I believe with the ministering artists who will be ministering tonight, yeah, I know I'll be blessed. I think my favorite is Joe Metal. Yeah. Okay. And I can't wait to see him minister during. Me jifu Yesu, me krado fu. Dan when you share me imagine kwa mi ni obia ubetu mi ajemi. I think that's all I can.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm expecting a great show, good show. I'm here to be blessed with PSA. I love her songs, so I decided to come over.
Is this your first time coming to the Made by Grace concert?
No, I think this is my second time. So I'm expecting a good show and a great show for God to do something new this time around.
We are only expecting that the grace of God will be abundant in the house, so that anyone who came with expectation will go back and being fulfilled.
Enter his gates with thanksgiving, and into his courts with praise. Be thankful unto him and bless his name. For the Lord is good, his mercy is everlasting, and his truth endureth to all generations. Amen. Amen.
Okay, so a year when Team Eternity just finished their outstanding, overwhelming first and finish. Please, let's go.
My name is Dr. Noeli from Team Eternity Ghana. You can see I'm sweating so much because we had an exciting time on stage and it was glorious. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to ask, like, did this performance meet your expectations?
Oh yes, it's exceeded it. I mean, the energy on stage, the presence of God, that's the most important thing for us. And the fact that the people really connected with our administration, that's a huge blessing to us. Yeah.
And let me just diverge a little bit. Like, this was like a very turbulent year for you guys. I don't know, what kept you going despite everything that happened?
It's God's grace. It's God's grace. I mean, like you said, it's been really, really hard for us. We've had a lot of trials. But I think that that's the thing about God. He tests his most. The people that he has the biggest assignments for, they are the ones who struggle or who he tests the hardest. So, I mean, these tests and trials make us know that there's truly a call on our lives, and so we stick to the initial call, our initial mission, which is to spread the gospel, and we stick to that, and that gives us the strength to continue. Yeah. Going forward, I mean, our vision remains the same, our mission remains the same. We're going to continue to spread the gospel. You're going to see us release more and more music. We're going to have our yearly outreaches. So keep watching out for us. Follow us on our social media. You see all the updates and every new thing that's coming from Team Eternity.
Mavis, how was the concert?
It was great. I did enjoy myself, my dear. It was great.
Did it meet your expectations?
Exactly. More than what we expected. You know, God always does things exceedingly and abundantly above what we even think and envision. So I think this time too, God really did it more than we even expected. Yes.
I just want to ask, what do you say is like the one major problem the gospel music industry is facing?
I think we should come together as one people under one umbrella, worshiping God, propagating the gospel through music, doing everything together. I think the only thing I keep saying that we lack as gospel musicians is love. Yes, because from Genesis to Revelation, everything is love. So when we are doing the work of God, and that strong love, that agape love that Christ talked about, it doesn't, hover around us, or we don't have it, then definitely there will be potholes here and there. So if we should come together, love, not hypocritical love, but love from within, love that we show, like the way we love ourselves. If we can show that same love to our fellow, we'll be able to push the gospel to even above what we even think. Yes.
How was your performance?
I think that, I know that it went well because the strength was from God and He does everything. Because Bible said that what do we have that wasn't given to us from above? So whatever a person has, especially we the children of God, whatever gift we possess, it's not for us, it's for God. And He uses it accordingly anytime He wants us to do His work. He does it through us. So for me, I think that He did what He wanted to do tonight, and that's the best. And
I'm astonished. Like, you've been in this industry for like how many years now?
Yes,
40 years, and you still keep going. I don't know what keeps you going.
My God, it's grace. It's the grace. It's grace. Nothing more. It's just the grace and the mercies of God. Yeah.
So compare your expectations before the event and right now. How would you rate it?
No, I think my expectations have been exceeded. It's been amazing. I mean, what's the time? It's 10 and people are still in the auditorium. And it's been back-to-back blessings from the ministers that have been here. And wow, PSA session was just amazing. Like I was blessed and I'm inspired. I've picked up 1 or 2 tricks from this event today, so I'll be applying it. As bright as the gospel itself. Yes, Bible says heaven and earth shall pass away, but the word of God will still remain. So whatever is happening can happen. Whatever genre is generating can genre, but the gospel will still be the gospel, and the gospel will rise. The word of God will rise by itself, without even any man. The gospel himself will rise. Yes, it will rise. It's like a seed sown on the ground. It will definitely germinate.
Mami, it was a wonderful performance. How would you rate it?
God moved, so that's all I can say. Yeah.
I mean, did it beat your expectations or like, I don't know?
It didn't. I mean, we've been doing this for years, and then, I mean, this is just one of God's doings. So, in fact, the only thing I would say it marveled me was the time is fast spent, but the people were willing to stay and worship. So I think that was a good one. Yeah.
I mean, what do you think that means for the future of gospel in Ghana?
In fact, let's hope for the better, because I mean, you know, the gospel is growing and growing bigger every day, and then the future is bright. That's all I can say.
Performance, no. On a scale of 1 to 10, no. Rate your performance.
Oh, on a scale of 1 to 10. Oh, yeah, say I don't say. I said, Tama, anybody, no. Now, a crowd, baby, but still, I'm fine. But that's how I'm here.
I besides say one major problem now of gospel music industry, no.
Oh, free TT program, yeah, or free TT. Into me, me, when say, oh, yeah, me, or Babuao. I feel I'm back. Say, we say.
That was a problem no everywhere. No?
Everywhere. But oh, yeah, problem in background. I bet you couldn't.
I must say, gospel music industry, no. They should not charge for their performances, no. Would they?
Obi back say be no. Only Monday okay. It depends. As for him, be high, and only free. What we call now, sorry, this man, but program be on so they are so charge it. Into the panel also on TS, they are no answer.
How would you rate your performance today?
Heaven on earth. And I believe that God just did what he has to do. And I'm so excited for 2024 Flora Made by Grace. And I believe that there are greater things ahead. That's what I'm wishing, that God will still open the understanding of why God gave this vision to my sister. And I believe that next year will be more greater and powerful than what we experienced.
So does that mean like the whole program met your expectations?
Last year was powerful. This year was mega. Next year I can't wait.
Okay. I mean, what do you think about the future of the gospel music industry currently and for the future?
For that, you can't determine. It's in the hands of God. He does whatever he wants to do. The future is in his hands. What I am believing God for is to still bring powerful eagles. Praying to see more eagles moving. And that's what I'm praying. But the future of gospel music, I am believing God for a greater heights. And not just music, but the ministry itself. And to open the understanding of what God has given us to people. And I'm believing God for more eagles in the gospel industry.
So concru, bra. So concobra. He is coming right now. So. Oh, I can feel him. I can feel him. Yeah. I can feel him. He is coming now. You just sing it. Invite him. So. It's a part of me. Hey, she said me na sabani, what a kitty, be a my it's a fire. Ready, me body, and see. Yeah. Na mame papa. Time Bible, tell me Bible, oh, Mary, oh, Yamakuma Swati, Mami.
treatment meet your expectations, or did it surpass expectations?
By the special grace of God, it has. It has. God has perfected His word. I give God the glory. Yes, what I was expecting, no, I think God has done it. We bless God.
And it has been a night of miracles, a night of healing, a night of redemption, and a night of grace for all those who attended the Made by Grace concerts with PSA Esther. If you can ask anybody who attended, they will tell you that it has been an unforgettable night of memories, of miracles, and of worship. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, this is Isaac Dazi for Talk Entertainment.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Adeshima mama mama kwaba eba asemsebe kasi eboso wo GhanaWeb TV. Ensemo asemufo asem ene aboabo no na no pe ye de bedan wo. Na de edi kan wo yensemsem ni mu ebi ne se adakabre frempon manso oyemsem troni ode abetodwa e chirechire mu kwan ya ne mpanyinifo bi efre no toto na no se wakwakoye ekuadonko interview. Na adakabre e chirechire mu a emre ekuadonko wanya ne baby kro eye na dwense wode ne ho beba behye amanyosem mu no woto nsa frɛ no se wo beye ne interview na eno no wie ye no ne mpanyinifo to nsa frɛ no ebisa na no ebisa ne sɛ de enti ene wakɔ akɔfa obi a wɔn nim no de na ba sɛ wɔ ba bɛyɛ ne interview na eno no de aba bɛto dwa a wɔkyerɛ sɛ ɔno so ka nkrɔfo na wɔn ma ekuadɔnkɔ sɛbe wɔn ma ne nya agidie wɔ ne mu a wɔn ma ne hu sɛ ɛyɛ amanyɔsɛm no ɔno so betumi ayɛ bibi pa bi ɛde afa ho na nti nsɛm wɔ de abɛto dwa a ɔde kai ekuadɔnkɔ na yɛtoa yɛ kaseɛ bɔ no so a ɛyɛ Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia a wotu franka ama MPP amanyɔkuo afei nso wɔgyina sɛ presidential candidate ɛde abɛto dwa ɛyɛ na hyɛseɛ nneɛma ahodoɔ bi a wɔfa mu na ɛnrada no wɔtena ase sɛ wɔne ɛyɛ mmebunu no ɛtwetwe nkɔmɔ ɛde afa enwuma ne ahodoɔ